We'll begin. We're all good with live stream, etc. No mai haere mai, ki tēnei hui. As we resume hearings, I just want to note that on the 28th of April, this committee adjourned the hui until 9 a.m. Friday the 2nd of May. We were unable to resume the meeting on that time due to the weather events, which were largely concentrated in the previous day, but given recommendations from Remo to limit travel at the time for health and safety, we made a call to reschedule the sessions because we didn't want to be too rushed with letting everybody know if we did have to not continue on the Friday. So we are resuming now at the earliest opportunity that we can. All of Friday's submitters have been contacted and rescheduled for the coming sessions. I'd like to apologise to everybody, including especially the submitters, for any inconvenience. Just like to note as we move into these, given this is my first lot of chairing, I will be asking submitters to refrain from making personal comments about individual councillors or people around this table, and I think that's a kind of a good practice. So just to let you know that if you could make your comments about decisions, things like that, rather than individuals. I'd like to keep all of these sessions to be respectful and cordial for all involved, regardless of robust expressions that may be made. So we move on to, and I'd note, councillors, that the page numbers that you have are for the online submissions, which are broken into two. Just get rid of that noise. Broken into two blocks, so you can follow along and look at those online. It's a little bit easier than the using Diligent for this purpose. All right, so I'd like to welcome our first submitter, Lynn Caden here, on behalf of the Wellington Catchments Collective, Te Hononga ki te Opoko. Welcome, Lynn, and you have 15 minutes, so we'll set the timer, including time for questions if you'd like.
Sure, I've actually got two submissions to give. One's for the Catchment Collective, but the other's a private submission, which I have 5 minutes, I think, on the long-term plan.
All part of that 15 minutes,
yes,
thank you.
And I'll do that, my private submission first. It'll be very brief. I just want to talk about one thing, the Begonia House. Basically, I want you to make sure at least it's properly maintained, even if the upgrade can't be afforded. I think it's the focus of the gardens. I think the visitor numbers, a lot of people go there just for their Begonia House, including tourists, and it's a heritage building. So please keep it, do not consider knocking it down, and please at least do your basic maintenance, which you should be doing with every council building anyway. So that's really all I want to say about my long-term plan submission, but I'm happy for a couple of questions on that now, if that's the best way to do it.
Okay, Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Lynn. Regarding Begonia House, because we're short of money, what do you think we can actually take out of the long-term plan to actually look at repairing some of these other places like Begonia House?
That's a very open-ended question. I think you have taken quite a lot of stuff out of the long-term plan, and this is probably a very unpopular comment, but I do think that Wellington is actually a wealthy community. Yes, it's struggling at the moment, but like I've lived in a lot of other places, including Hokitika and Nelson and Hamilton. Wellington, when I came here, I thought this place is just, so much wealthier. So actually, I think you can afford to keep the Begonia House. There's always, you haven't got enough money. I don't think anyone's going to debate that one. But there are things that future generations will be very sad if you get rid of, and that includes the Begonia House.
I'd like to move on, Lynn. You can just use the total time.
The Wellington Catchment Collective, Te Hononga, totally different topic. The purpose of the collective, it is a collective, so it's a place for the catchment, and by that all the water-related groups in the Wellington region to join together to share information, make joint submissions. We have regular hikoi, regular walks to look at different catchment issues. So that's the purpose is in the submission, but that's the general purpose of the group. There's over 40 groups involved. I want to just flip over to the end of the submission, so there's plenty of time for questions. The thing we're most interested in is community input, transparency, and the overall effectiveness in terms of the environment of whatever happens with water done well. So that's, it's water done well I'm talking about, so that there's an integrated approach toward water management generally, and that is much better done if all of the councils join together, because we get our drinking water from the hut, and I know it's a regional council task, but water doesn't just sit in a council boundary. You need to work together, and it should be cheaper, and it should be more effective, and it should be better for the environment. In terms of stormwater in Auckland, having a separate stormwater entity has been better for the environment. And I know you don't have that as an option, but at least join with the other councils. Part of Wellington City's catchment goes into Pororua, for example. You can't magically say, okay, you stream, jump over into Wellington City. It needs to be managed as a whole region. Our biggest issue is stormwater. And the new organisation must allow for an integrated approach across 3 waters management, environmental management and land use planning. Stormwater isn't just about the pipes that run from your street to the stream, it's about the impact on that waterway when you put all the stormwater into it. So you need to manage flood risk. You can't just dump all your stormwater into a stream and then flood all the people downstream. You need to look at the environmental impact. Having these more and more hard surfaces and these streams coming up very rapidly because of the hard surfaces and then dropping very low because you haven't got that sponge effect is very bad for the stability of the waterways. You get a lot more erosion, and then when you get a big event, it's all unstable anyway. And so it's very bad for both flooding and for the stream life. And Wellington actually has quite good biodiversity in its waterways, but it is losing it. I managed the Tawa Stream Group, and we had Inanga in there 2018, and they're not anymore. So, we just have to be careful you don't lose what you've got. And that means managing stormwater all the way from the roads and the houses right down to the sea. And of course it has an impact on the sea and your coast. But I think questions are possibly the best thing to do now.
Thank you, Lynn. I have a question from Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Lynn, and thank you for all your work on this important area. There's 3 parties that are involved with stormwater: the City Council with roads and roads and curbage, the Wellington Water with the stormwater drains themselves, and the Greater Wellington Regional Council looks after the actual streams and catchment side of things. How well do you think that they work together?
Appallingly, absolutely appallingly. Just the simple fact of, we had a major sewage issue in Tawa Stream a couple of Christmases ago, and, I rang Wellington City Council, and 10 minutes later I'd explained for the 3rd time what the issue was and that it was important. So then they had to log it with Wellington Water, and then they rang me eventually and said, well, is it really, what does it smell like? What is its texture? Is it really a problem? I said, yes, it is a problem. We've got a major sewage leak. The pipe had broken. It was a terrible mess. And, then Wellington Water didn't know how to access the place, and Wellington City didn't know. I couldn't give an address. It was in Tawa Stream Reserve. I couldn't give them an actual street. The whole thing, it took half the day. It needed to be more efficient. If I'd gone straight to Wellington Water, that would have been much, much better. And then the regional council was involved because it was an illegal discharge. The whole thing it's messy. Plus, the decisions you ones make about the district plan and how many hard surfaces people can create, directly affects the stormwater. And then you wonder why things flood downstream, because, like Tyre Stream, there's been a lot of infill housing with no consideration catching the water. Like, you could do the infill housing and catch 10 or 20% of the water in tanks and integrate it into no, they just dump it all into Tyre Stream. And of course it's eroding, and of course there are issues downstream. So, it needs to be all, that's what I'm trying to say, it needs to be all integrated. Your land use, what you're doing on the land, how that stormwater's picked up, how you're managing the stormwater on the road so it doesn't just tip off the edge of a road every now and again and cause a slip. So it needs to be all integrated. You can't just look at pipes.
So, sorry, just to note, you'll get one question each in these hearings and all the questions through me, because we do have a list. Councillor Brown.
Can I go back on the list?
As you're probably aware, if we do progress with the regional water enterprise and put all three waters into that enterprise, then that enterprise will fund stormwater out of user pays on drinking water. And it's completely unregulated because the Commerce Commission is not going to regulate stormwater. Do you feel like that is a good model as opposed to rates-funded stormwater?
I think probably rates-funded stormwater would be better, because it obviously, like stormwater is slightly different because it's got the biodiversity aspect, it's got the flooding aspect, and just it affects the coast. But of course there are, there are wastewater issues, like the number of wastewater spills into it's all connected. But I think the stormwater, it needs to be managed in a way that includes land management, and to include land management, you really are better to have it funded and managed through the council. But it's not simple. If it had been, people maybe would have got it right sooner.
Councillor Bennett.
Yeah, thanks. Just following on from Councillor Brown's question, I mean, we've had that regime in place, with the council managing stormwater and Wellington Water. How do you think that will improve under a new structure? Just like, what's the mechanism? And the other question is, do you have confidence that all councils have a strong commitment to protecting our water?
I don't think it's easy to say how committed they are to protecting water. If you talk to them, they are very committed. If they write their district plan to protect water, they don't. So, it changes depending on councillors and to some extent staff. So I don't know. Yeah, that one's not an easy one to say. I think everyone is committed until the economy gets harder. Like, there was an election not long ago and swimmability was well up there in people's voting, whereas now it's completely disappeared. It's all about cost of living and health. So, but in saying that, most people do want to be able to swim in their harbour, and they do want to be able to go to Kandala Park and paddle in the stream without major sewage issues. So, yeah, your guess is as good as mine with that one.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks again, Lynn. You said that your preference is actually to have a regional sort of water entity, so that because the different entities were actually combined to actually work together because we're covering such a large area. What do you think about the accountability of this? Because when we look at what's previously happened with the Wellington Water, if we can't get everyone to agree on something, then nothing happens. So, but we can't do anything about it because there are other people from other regions actually in voting for this. So do you think that we're better off doing it ourselves so that we actually know who's accountable?
you should be able to get accountability because it won't be set up like Wellington Water. It'll have its own ability to raise money. It'll be a totally different structure. The problem with Wellington Water is that, one of the many problems, is that it has to go every year or every 3 years in the cycle and beg for money. It's got no way to raise its own money, and it doesn't own the assets. It'll be a totally different structure, Ray, and that's why I think it'll be fine to do it regionally.
Quick one from you, Councillor Randall.
Yeah, just if the choice was between, just to be very clear, if the choice was between us taking our stormwater in-house as a council and actually the council and the regional council sorting out stormwater alone, or going with a new regional or a separate entity with 3 parties, which would you prefer?
I would prefer you went and pulled stormwater out and put it into the council.
Okay.
But that isn't an option you've consulted on.
True.
Given that it isn't consulted on, going together with the others, going it alone, I think, would be stupid.
Thank you, Lynn. We appreciate you taking the time to come and speak with us today. I'd now like to welcome John Swan on behalf of Better Wellington. John, you have 10 minutes, including time for questions, if you'd like to leave it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually speaking on my own account rather than Better Wellington's account.
Then you have 5 minutes?
No, I would like I am authorised, actually. I will speak on behalf of Better Wellington.
Thank you.
Rather than alone. I'd just like to point out to the committee that here is the financial statements of the Wellington City Council put out for consultation. There's a total of 556 pages, and it's very, very difficult to come to the table and talk for 10 minutes when you've got such a wealth of financial information that discloses a whole series of issues that need to be debated and confronted by the Council. This submission provides the committee with an independent review of the amended long-term plan. I'm going to put some graphs up on the screen, which will be available to you as part of the record of today's meeting. The information has been provided and explained to the financial officers of the Council, and I'm not sure if there's any representative from that office here today. It is late in the already delayed long-term plan process to suggest that the plan is not fit for purpose, as it is inevitable that a trigger point will be reached, and that is a matter of when, not if. I can provide you with copies of my oral submission, match the individual graphs, which may assist you in your consideration. It's not too late to acknowledge the difficulties that the Council and its community confronts. There's a further meeting of this committee on the 22nd of May and a full Council meeting on the 25th of June. So the issue is still alive. Democratic Services will provide my contact details if you require them, and a briefing meeting can be arranged. You will not need reminding that there is a local body election scheduled for October of this year, and how you vote will be examined critically by the citizens that you each represent. The first graph that I'm putting up is and bearing in mind that these are the amended, these figures are taken from the amended LTP financial information provided for consultation, shows the peak in capital expenditure that has occurred over the last 3 years. The outcome of that is that going forward, we will have the lowest capital expenditure in all time. By 2034, capital expenditure is projected to be 46% lower than in 2014, marking the lowest level in 2 decades. This decline raises concerns about investments in critical areas. Capital expenditure as a percentage of depreciation and total revenue has steadily declined over the years. This trend suggests a shift away from proactive investment in city assets, potentially leading to long-term maintenance and infrastructure charges. The next slide deals with Three Waters expenditure and is relevant to the Water Done Well program of the council. And when I say Three Waters, I'm not referring to the previous Labor Party proposals in that regard. I'm talking about water supply, stormwater and wastewater. These graphs show that an absolute increase and a relative decline in spending on Three Waters supply is increasing in absolute dollar terms. However, as a percentage of total operating and capital expenditure, it is declining. This indicates that while more money is being allocated, it is not keeping pace with overall spending growth, and that potentially signals a prioritisation issue. The Mayor advises the community that we're spending more than ever on water. Well, it's going to operating expenditures, it's not going to capital improvements. Option A of the Water Done Well resolution should be voted for by councils. The council's management has simply been incompetent. Joint management improves the odds of capable management of our water assets.
Could you please be a bit more measured in your comments about our staff? Thank you.
Our next slide deals with excessive capital expenditure, reducing interest coverage and creating a fixed legacy cost structure with limited ability to cut costs. The blue line is the deep blue line, shows the increased cost on a per annum basis of interest paid on council debt. Excessive capital expenditure is reducing the city's ability to cover interest payments, as reflected in declining interest coverage ratios. This creates a fixed legacy cost that limits financial flexibility. It also limits cost-cutting ability. Interest and depreciation costs are consuming a growing share of revenue, making it increasingly difficult to reduce expenses without significant structural changes. This trend highlights the financial strain caused by high borrowing and asset depreciation. This is an interesting one because it is comparative. It compares the Wellington's affordability against the current rates positions of both Auckland and Christchurch. The dotted yellow line at the top shows the per capita charge over the years of the long-term plan. Wellington's council revenue per capita is significantly higher than other major cities, being 80% higher than Christchurch, 25% higher than Auckland. That's the blue line. The amended long-term plan is accelerating unaffordability for residents, with rising rates and costs making home ownership and business formation increasingly difficult. The next slide shows that families are leaving Wellington. Negative population growth in 4 of the cohorts that are illustrated, and that Wellington is lagging the country in population growth. The national average is 18% and Wellington is stuck at 8%. Families are leaving Wellington City, resulting in negative population growth, as I indicated. It's a sad and sorry tale, and much of the council's forward financial planning is based on increases in population coming into Wellington. The region is leaving us behind. People can't afford to stay in Wellington, and those figures support that position. The final slide lost the final slide. Regional growth shows regional growth and city decline. The Building consents in Wellington are at historic lows, with December and January being the lowest in 25 years. This decline suggests reduced construction activity and a lack of new housing development within the city. The city decline is that since 2008, the Wellington region, excluding the city, has consistently outplaced the city in building consents. The city shares of new dwellings have been steadily declining, highlighting a shift in growth and development away from the urban centre. So there's some comments on the 500 odd pages of the long-term plan, and it doesn't make for happy reading. The amended long-term plan reflects an overinvestment in Civic Square, 700 million, impacting both borrowing and servicing, and an underinvestment in infrastructure maintenance. At some point in the next 10 years, the council will reach a tipping point, either by slow demise, that's unplanned cost overruns. Some projects already appear to be over budget, or non-rate revenue shortfalls, which will trigger a breach of the debt limit and further unsustainable rate rises. This must result in a need to impose a sharp reduction in spending, undertake asset sales, and we're limited now to the airport and social housing in that regard. Otherwise, we will find ourselves in statutory management with recourse to the ratepayer to repay debt. It's not a happy picture, but it is capable of rectification. Any questions?
No, we're out of time. Thank you, Mr. Swan. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Steve West to the podium. Welcome, Steve. You have 5 minutes, including time for questions if you'd like to leave it. Thank you.
Very good. There should be a slide, I think. Yeah. There we go. Thank you. Tēnā koutou. Today I will be explaining my investigations into how Wellington's rates have increased over the last 25 years. The genesis of my analysis came from reading various public statements suggesting council has avoided meaningful rates increases while the city has suffered from chronic underinvestment. To find if such statements are true, I have reviewed financial information from council annual and long-term plans dating back to 1999, along with data from Stats NZ, and my analysis is summarised in this chart on screen. Now, firstly, just to explain this chart. The green line shows inflation and population growth as a measure of key cost drivers facing council. And as annotated, you'll see that's increased by about 155% versus 1999 and is forecast to reach 220% by 2033. Related to this, Stats NZ has Paniki's population peaking around 2020. The blue line shows council's rates impost, which has increased by 455% since 1999. And the forecast drop in rates you can see in the long-term plan is with the plan expects 3 waters will no longer be funded by council. However, my analysis adds this real cost back in to allow comparison. Now the red line shows how, The red line shows how residential rates, which are a subset of total rates, have increased 610%, with this forecast to be over 820% by the end of the long-term plan. Finally, the purple line on the secondary axis shows council borrowings, and these have increased rapidly since 2015, with borrowings now well over $2 billion, with no sign of relief in future. There are a few key points I'd like to highlight from my submission. Residential rates have increased 3.75 times more than council cost drivers, making it clear that council has been very well funded over the last 25 years. Any suggestion of rates increases being historically low is simply untrue. Repaying and financing debt now equates to around 60% of the rates impost. To put this in perspective, if borrowings were only $500 million, which is still higher than historic levels, rates could be 45% lower. Instead, council has made questionable spending choices over the last decade, while failing to invest in our core assets, leaving the city with crippling levels of debt and significant future infrastructure repair costs. Reviewing the funding impact statement show that payments to staff and suppliers have doubled since 2015, with this rising from $280 to $560 million annually. The year-on-year single-digit rates increases have been a significant contributor to Paniki's housing affordability crisis. As an example, the rates on our three-bedroom home in Nio have doubled since 2015, adding $93 per week to our living costs. Yet this seems lost on those who argue for higher rates, as arguably only landlords are agnostic to rates increases. It's other ratepayers, including those who are retired, and renters, particularly those on lower incomes, who are left facing the brunt of these hefty rates increases. To be blunt, Wellingtonians are being priced out of their city through this council's reckless spending on questionable projects and activities while failing to invest in its core assets. Therefore, I do not support the annual or long-term plans under consultation. Instead, I believe that the starting point must be that of affordability, with financial discipline and tough choices then made to manage expenditure and within that. And arguably that will require rates increases to be less than inflation. While I don't believe projects like the Golden Mile will transform Wellington or that organics waste collection scheme makes sense, I appreciate that some around the table like these projects. However, my submission is focused on affordability, and given the high level of debt and rates, I do not get why these types of nice-to-have projects are still being pushed at this time instead of being deferred for now. In closing, by the end of the long-term plan, we will be retired, and by then our rates bill will be around $15,000 annually, which is substantial. And having lived in Paniki for 36 years, I've always intended living in a box, but with the rates increasing steeply and the ongoing questionable spending on projects that offer little amenity, we are actually questioning if we should shift to a more resident-friendly place where affordability is given priority. Thank you.
Really quick question from Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I was just wondering for this graph which PPI inputs you used?
I was just total PPI inputs.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Steve. We appreciate you taking the time. I'd now like to welcome Johnny Osborne to the podium. Johnny, you have 10 minutes, and that includes time for questions if you'd like to leave it. Thank you. So just to clarify, councillors, that members of the public, if they wish to submit on both water and the LTP and the annual plan, have 10 minutes total. Thank you.
Excuse me. Kia ora koutou, ko Johnny Osborne, toko ingoa, and thank you very much for hearing my submission. To start with the long-term plan, I agree that we need to establish a resilience fund, but I just want to, I guess, caution that we shouldn't underinvest in the challenges that we face today in order to prepare for tomorrow, because I guess the irony of doing that is we'll end up just having larger impacts when that disaster does strike. I don't agree with selling the airport shares. It's hard to comment on the ground leases without knowing the details of them, but I can see the logic in selling some of those. I wonder if it's, I don't know if the regulatory environment allows it, but I wonder if it's worthwhile looking into establishing a regional resilience fund. I think when disaster strikes, it's obviously going to strike regionally. A lot of our infrastructure is regional. And obviously, if we can get all the councils to chip in, we get a larger pool of money to start with, we make more money quicker. Onto the annual plan. I'm very, very, very pleased to see progress on Mātai Moana, Mount Crawford. And I want to congratulate Taranaki Whānui and the council for working together to reach a solution to what has been a bit of a, I guess, not a problem, but 10 years ago we announced the thing and we haven't got any progress yet, so it's really great to see some progress. I just want to stress, let's just get on with it. We've done all the hard yards out in Miramar to get rid of the predators. The next logical step is we get the trees in the ground, more homes for the manu. We could basically be living in Zealandia without the fences. And that's great, right? It's going to be a jewel in the crown of the city. So yeah, I just want to stress, just get on with it. Lastly, just onto water. I support the regional model. It makes sense from my perspective. Most of our water infrastructure is laid out on a regional basis. Makes sense to have the entity responsible for looking after it also to be on a regional basis. I think it's going to be really, really, really important to get the governance of the regional entity correct. I think it's going to need to have representation from mana whenua, representation of water users, that is domestic users and commercial users, and it also has to have technical know-how and expertise of the environmental impact of water infrastructure and the know-how of delivering infrastructure at a regional level. If you get all of those interests properly represented at the governance level, I think you'll find the entity itself will operate pretty well. Finally, just on the water point, I just want to really stress that it's really worth, before you go too far, considering the place of stormwater in the regional entity. Stormwater is quite, in my mind, quite separate from wastewater and drinking water. Essentially, stormwater is how we have heavily modified the catchments that we live in. And I'm concerned that if a water entity who will have a very infrastructure-focused way of looking at things, if residents want to shift away from a pipes and concrete sort of infrastructure approach to stormwater to a more catchment planning approach, it might be more difficult to do so if a regional entity is responsible for stormwater. Obviously, in Auckland, they do it this way. So the council, they are responsible for the management of stormwater, and Watercare is responsible for the management of the drinking water and the wastewater. So before you go too far, I would really, really stress that talk to your officers, get your officers to provide some advice about whether those two things should be divided and what is the impact of not doing so. That's all I really wanted to say. You've probably seen my sub. I'm very happy to answer questions, or, you know, if there's no questions, all good.
I do have a question from Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for coming, Johnny. Much appreciated. I'd like to ask you about Matai Moana. Now, that's currently administered by DOC. Why do you think that the City Council is actually better off administering this rather than DOC or the Greater Wellington Regional Council, because they're more familiar with running large parks and large areas, whereas the City Council is more used to running playgrounds?
Well, the City Council runs the town belt, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And how well does it do that?
Relatively well. I think I can understand the logic of suggesting that a different entity like the Regional Council or like the Department of Conservation should be responsible for this. The problem I have with that is we've had 10 years of, I imagine, agencies passing the buck between themselves about who's going to do it. No one's done it. Finally, we're getting some progress. I don't want to see another 10 years of saying, nah, the Regional Council, nah, the Department of Conservation, nah, the City Council. Let's just get on with it. And I think those other two entities, once we start moving, will get on board.
Councillor Chung, please refrain from making that sort of observation, also noting the proposal is for joint management with mana whenua. Councillor Free.
I was just going to ask Johnny, a bit of a patsy question maybe, but what do you think about the cost, $650,000 to unlock this amazing opportunity? Do you have any comment?
I mean, I just, like I said, just get on with it. I don't think it's the largest, it's certainly not the largest expense on your budget. Obviously, we need to be prudent with our funding, but yeah, we've had 10 years of waiting for this. We in the community have done the hard yards to get rid of the predators. We literally have this amazing opportunity to set up a second Zealandia without fences. Let's get on with it. It's gonna make money for the city.
Thank you, Johnny. That's the end of the questions. Thanks for taking the time to come and speak with us. I'd now like to welcome Sarah Miller. No, my Sarah, you have already set the clock, so you have 5 minutes, including time for questions, if you'd like to leave it. Thank you.
Good morning. I actually asked to speak on both the long-term plan and local water done well, or whatever we'd like to call it. So I hope you don't mind if I do both.
Okay, then we'll reset the clock for 10 minutes. Thank you.
That's all right. I don't want to take up any more time.
This is a complex administrative exercise, as you can imagine.
Absolutely understand. So I came and presented to you last year on your plans. And I remember before me, there was a lovely elderly gentleman who basically said he cannot afford the rates rise that was coming. My rates went up $1,200 in the last year, and you're proposing another 12% rates rise. That is unsustainable 12%, you've got to cut that down. You need to listen to the people who are saying we cannot afford this, and you need to cut out unnecessary spending. You wouldn't believe the spending I had to cut out to pay for my $1,200 rates increase last year, and I at least can go out and get a second job. I feel for the people who are retired or on fixed incomes and cannot afford that increase. Please focus on your knitting. Focus on the things we absolutely need so you do not have to give us a 12% rates rise. That is absolutely untenable. My rates are almost $7,000, and on top of a mortgage as a single mum with 2 kids, that's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Please focus on your knitting. We need good pipes. We can't afford to be like Bali. We can't afford to be like Thailand. We can't afford to have basically water coming out. We need to maintain our water infrastructure. Were the council aware that as part of Three Waters built an entire IT system that Wellington Water could adopt? Yes. Is Wellington Water going to adopt that to get better at asset management planning? Is that something that the council is going to ask as a shareholder? I see heads moving. I'm not sure.
Sorry, we're not answering your questions. This is the time for you to speak to us. Thank you.
Okay, no, that's fine. So I'd like Wellington Council to focus on its knitting, focus on rubbish, focus on roads, focus on water infrastructure, Three Waters. We can't afford to have our water being in the state that it's in. And I know you are not responsible for how we got to this point, but you are responsible for getting us out. There was a question.
Thanks, Sarah. Is that the end of your submission? I'll do questions at the end.
No, that's fine. I said the same thing last year, and lo and behold, a 12% rates rise was proposed.
Sorry, I just wanted to check. Is that the end of the comments you'd like to make? I'll move to questions. Councillor Free.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm just wondering if you have any comment on how complex some of these things can be. Like, for example, just deal with the rubbish. We have a very complex interaction between our sewage, sludge, the size of our landfill and the cost of extending that, and dealing with the rubbish. So I just wonder if you...
I am aware. I have done a lot of asset management projects in my time. So I'm not only aware of the Resource Management Act, I'm aware of the cost, the asset management and the planning that has to go to undertake it, and the fact that the cost should be spread out over the years that it is. Also very aware of the fiscal ceiling that the council is facing because of the overall debt. And the need to spend that well. And I'm surprised that you would argue asset management as the reason to the underinsured value of the buildings, as the reason to sell the Wellington Airport shares, but then tip money into capital projects, which increases the amount that we'd have to repay if it was destroyed in an earthquake.
Yeah. I guess I did want to make sure that you had a chance to comment on the fact that some of these big investments are connected.
Yes.
To an overall plan. Yeah.
The overall plan, some of the things in that overall plan I would have seen as nice to haves, not absolutely must haves.
Okay. Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for coming, Sarah. Much appreciated. You talk about the council focusing on the core business. Now, what in the long-term plan would you actually suggest that we actually either defer or take out?
Cycleways. As a cyclist myself, and as someone that has 2 kids that has taken them cycling basically since as soon as they could ride a bike, I've been using the roads quite successfully without cycleways for many years. It used to upset me greatly as I would wander through Island Bay and I would see the cyclists not using the cycle path, they would be cycling down the footpath. So the roads are beautiful, they're wide, and as long as everybody is actually appreciating there are cyclists on the road, I will sit behind a group of cyclists and wait till it's safe to pass, and people should do that. It's much cheaper than building a cycleway. And until we've got roads that actually work, what's the point in putting a cycleway in if, like Thorndon Quay, we then have to dig them up to put the pipes in again? That seems... I wouldn't replace my kitchen if my roof was leaking.
Great, thank you. Much appreciated.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you for your submission. Given you've got a background in RMA and asset management, I'm just curious whether you see issues with not doing investment like dealing with our waste, which is going to cost us a lot of money if we don't manage it better, divert it.
Oh, I agree with managing our waste, and we need to do it well, because we are surrounded by coastline and we can't keep discharging into our waterways. And if you actually knew the number of resource consents that were being breached when we do put that in, I absolutely support the sludge and the minimisation. I consider that part of the Three Waters infrastructure, because that's where it goes.
And organic waste, do you support that?
When you say organic waste, you're talking about
Well, there's a cost. There's a cost to building a new landfill and paying for the emissions, right? It's not free.
Why do we have to pay for our emissions?
Because we're putting fruit and vegetables into the landfill, and we shouldn't be.
Yeah, then we should be recycling those. I haven't focused on that. I worked on Three Waters, so I spent a lot of time and was very upset when that didn't go through. Having worked for Transpower for many years and having, for example, one company entirely responsible for the entire country, if you think of the administrative overhead that it actually costs to have individual councils or local entities doing it, it's much cheaper if you do it at a national level and manage it at a national level, and even do the fundraising at a national level where you can actually apportion it and do it. And all of that got built and the government paid for that. So I'd really love to see council, or whatever water entity the council actually puts it into, adopting that.
I think that's the end of the questions. Thank you, Sarah. We appreciate you coming to see us. I think now we are going to take a break until the next submitters arrive. So 10 minutes? Yeah. A 10-minute break. Thank you.
quickly summarise, the person that was most important in my understanding of greenhouses and growing tropical and subtropical crops was Dan Collin, who managed two of the largest orchid operations in California in his time there. He immigrated to New Zealand, and he has actually lived in Wellington for quite a number of years and now is retired at Kōrau. I also, so what we actually did was we set up, as I can, in the article, in my submission, we set up a very large orchid operation. And the requirements for orchids is very similar to what you're trying to grow or successfully growing in the Begonia House. So the construction manager that we had was with McConnell Dowell, one of the sort of most respected construction companies in New Zealand, including the Otira Viaduct. You all know about that amazing bridge. So glass is not the best cladding for tropical or subtropical plants. It's used extensively for crops requiring very high light levels. The glass is probably past its use-by date and is obviously an issue, but the structure of the building is the most, how can I put it, the strongest structure that I've seen in a greenhouse or a glass house. So it's probably best to remove the glass if the earthquake issue is a concern, obviously, if something happens. But I don't believe it's happened over the last 65 years. I could be wrong. But you can remove the glass by using suction pads that you see them using on glass, and you can do it from overhead rather than break it down into the plants themselves. My other thought is you need to get advice from those in the horticultural industry. I imagine that you've had consultants that may be more building oriented, engineering oriented, but you need to get expertise from the horticultural industry, and there's plenty of experts in that field. I'm just going to show you the plastic that's been developed for greenhouses is extraordinarily strong. It's called Agfane, and there are other varieties, but here's a sample here, and I'm trying to stretch it, and it's very, very strong. And we had they're like continuous clothes pegs that we developed that you can actually clip onto the aluminium frames. And so there's a double, if you can see it, there's a double clip. So you just put the plastic on there, pull it really tight. It's really important to get it tight. And then you put this little over the top, and then a little...
if you can lift your hands up, Alan, we can't quite see it, but if you, yes,
well,
great.
Yeah. Right, here's the... do it again. So here's the plastic. It's really strong. You can't break it by pulling it, only by cutting it. Here's the little brackets. You can see the brackets. That goes on top like that, and then a little rod like that goes in the top. So it's like a continuous clothes peg. And that technology is still available, not that, but Agfane people have those sorts of connections that can be made. So you need to get advice from someone in the horticultural industry. It could be me, it could be Dan, could be Mike Simpson. The other thing is that we did a overhead gantry that actually ran along above the structure on the roof, and so that enables workmen to actually do the work on the roof, like remove the glass and then replace it with Agfane or something similar. The other thing is that egg frame can be pumped. You put 2 layers on and you put a little air pump in, and that actually separates the sheets and gives you high levels of heat retention in the greenhouses or glass houses.
Thank you, Alan. I'm sorry we
all
are
right.
out of time.
Right there.
It was lovely to see you, and thank you for that practical display. We liked seeing the visual, seeing the things themselves.
I could fix it, and I'll give you a contract for half the price of what you're going to spend, and I'll make a fortune.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today. Thank you.
Any questions?
I'm sorry, we're out of time, Alan, but
Okay.
thank you.
Bye.
We'll let you go back to your morning tea.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
All right.
Okay, I'd now like to welcome the team from Capital Kiwi. No mai. Nice to see you all. You can sit at the table, you could do whatever you like. Seeing there's 3 of you, you might want to sit at the table. Come, hi to mai. And you have 10 minutes, including time for questions.
Too far into re-describing what the project's doing, but I'll give a very short update with where we're at. About 3 weeks ago, we ticked over 200 birds now released out on the hills, and that's part of the largest translocation of Kiwi that has been delivered. It's an epic partnership between iwi across the motu, between Sanctuary, Save the Kiwi and conservation organisations, and our community and the people of Wellington. So for the first time in 150 years, we've got Kiwi tickling those hills, calling from those hills. So as an achievement in and of itself, that's an intrinsic achievement. So I want to acknowledge that and the support of our iwi partners, our landowners and our communities that are the base on which that has been delivered. The really important thing for the project in terms of its sustainability going forward is that we're delivering chick survivorship. So getting those Kiwi chicks from hatching to the weight where they can defend themselves and live for 40, 50 years out on those hills. And Rawari can perhaps answer questions on that if they occur later, but we're delivering results that are near unheard of in Kiwi conservation. So our permit goal is around 30%. Growing a population is 20%. Where we're sitting at the moment with our chick survivorship is 90%. So we're very, very pleased with where we are now. And I mean this, I intend this pun fully. I'm a dad, I'm allowed to make these jokes, but where we are now is kind of beyond our wildest hopes and expectations. So I'm very appreciative of the support of councils, both local and regional, of our communities, our iwi and our landowners, but we are here to make a request, and we've had conversations with the mayor, with the deputy mayor, and others around supporting the project going forward. We very firmly, for the first 7 or 8 years of the project, didn't ask for pūtea from any of our partners. We wanted to show that this project could stand on its own 2 feet and deliver what it said it would. And I'm extremely proud, especially of the team and of our communities, that we've done that. We have attracted $7 or $8 million extraneous to councils, to government, into this space. So for the first 7 or 8 years of project, our ask on the city what has been zero. So in terms of bang for buck and investment, I would wager that it's extraordinarily good. The city has had Kiwi return, and that achievement and news has not just inspired people locally through the likes of Country Calendar, but globally it's now seen as a model of how we work together to look after those taonga species that are important to us. It's been National Geographic, Leonardo DiCaprio, the front page of the New York Times, and the other stories on the front page of the New York Times were war in Gaza and the Ukraine, were the American election, and then at the bottom corner of that page there's 2 Kiwi chicks from Wellington in the hands of our operations manager Pete, And I think that it's a story of hope and of agency and of showing what we can achieve when we work together with our iwi partners, with our communities and with our landowners. So those of you who know me well enough know I could talk longer, but I'm going to cut myself off. I'm going to pass over to Kara, who's going to talk a little bit about how we stand together with our iwi partners.
O kia ora mai tātou, tuatahi ake ka tuku me kia tūrā ki a koe te tia mano o tēnei komiti o tēnei nō rā ki te hine matua o te kaunihera kia tātou katoa, nei rā te mihi atu kia tātou. Look, it's great to be here next to our team from Capital Kiwi who have been out there doing the mahi and getting our Kiwi into our city. I think there's 200 that have already been released. Anahera is our, I guess, our paramount chief Kiwi, and her partner is a 10-year-old, and she's 50. They've just had their latest child at the end of last year, and I think it's just a great symbol of where we are at. We've got biodiversity uplift in our city, which is a positive thing. If our birds are flourishing, if our nature is flourishing, then our people flourish accordingly. And I want to acknowledge the councillors that were at attendance at Waifetu Marae, Councillor Randall, who else was there? Mayor Torifano, Laurie, and others of you who were able to make it there. It was great to see you and to be a part of that moment. You sort of welcome these birds into the whare, and then they sort of get released out of the boxes, and then they get taken around. It's one of those moments where you sort of you know you've got sort of onions in your eyes to see this bird, which is sort of this symbol of who we are as a nation. This fighting bird, this fighting fit bird, and their claws and their talons. But I think what the success of this project hinges upon the partnerships that we build together. And whilst people might just say it's just a Kiwi, it's actually all the other things that spin out of it. If we focus on the Kiwi, the thing that catalyses us and brings us all together, the kākau will flourish, the kereru will flourish, the kārere will flourish. All these other things which are unique to our place will also flourish just like us. So we're committed to this kaupapa, we're committed to supporting this kaupapa, and we're committed to seeing more Kiwi, more manu in our city. And I want to be in a state where we start complaining about the fact that the Kiwi got into our rubbish bin on a Monday, because I think that's actually a success measure for us to look at. So I just want to acknowledge you all for your contribution to date in support of this project and your ongoing support of this. And we'll be working alongside Capital Kiwi and Predator Free and everyone else to turn this into a continued reality for us. So, ka tuku me atu kia koutou. Kia ora.
Ai me ana kia koutou. I'll just add on a little bit of extra things that are happening beyond, as mentioned. And so next month we'll have a Ngā Tūroa Kiwi, so our under 5 playground opening up just by the Wellington Museum there, and that's a room the same size as this, which is a educational playground for under 5s to understand and learn what a Kiwi burrow is. And just last week I had sat down with someone talking about a great idea for a large-scale Kiwi-themed playground. So these are the things that are spinning off, as mentioned, from Capital Kiwi, partnering with everybody, including everyone here.
Do you have some questions? I think we can go over time a little bit for such a special group. Councillor Young.
Hi, so thank you. This is, fantastic work that you're doing. Can you just tell me, I didn't quite understand when you talked about a permit goal of 30%. What does that mean?
So I can do that.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, so our DOC permit, basically success for us means we have to monitor 20 chicks, and we have to monitor them from birth till either survival until reaching 1.2 kilos, which means they're safe from stoats, or until death. And so we monitor them by following the males. And then so of the 200 birds we've put out, roughly 100 are males, and we are monitoring about 8 of them. So we're only monitoring a small portion of the chicks that are out there, and so far we've got to 13 chicks, and so far only one of those has become deceased. So for us to, so we've already reached our 30% goal from that 20, from 13 birds. So we've already passed before we've finished the race.
These are basically unheard of results for kiwi conservation. So to grow a kiwi population, you need 20% survivorship. So only 1 in 5 chicks survives, and the rest, 4 out of 5 of them killed, eaten by stoats, etc. So we're sitting currently at 90% chick survivorship. So.
Without wishing to sound like a rampant feminist, because I'm a post-feminist, why aren't you monitoring the females?
Because the males do all the work post the laying.
Yeah, they're very post-feminist as well. So
yeah, so she obviously does all the work. So the utu in the Kiwi world is that he then has to sit on the egg. Okay, thank you very
much. Deputy Mayor Foon.
Kia ora, thanks for coming in today. Just, Paul, I understand you were trying to get an economic report on the benefits of the biodiversity increase and the mahi that Capital Kiwi is doing. Was there anything that came out of that on the benefits for Wellington of this project?
That report's still a work in progress. That was with Deloitte's, but yeah, that work's still being undertaken. But I think I just want to stress that there's a biodiversity achievement here which is self-evident, which is the return of kiwi after being absent for 150 years. But the achievements are tourism, cultural, community, and as you know, Kara and I have had plenty of discussions around. Ultimately, it's a project that uplifts the wairua of our people, and when you, for those of you who've been able to be present at those pōwhiri, where you've got farmers and tamariki and the whole variety of our community in this place, Kiwi almost have this absolutely unique ability to draw us together. Like they're possibly more apolitical than the All Blacks, than a barbecue on a beach. Yeah, and whether you're purple or green or blue or whatever your colour is, Kiwi are a thing that we can all agree that we should be looking after. So as Kara was saying, you know, there's a biodiversity aspect to it, but it's really about the people. And what has delivered this project is partnerships. And I want to, subtly emphasise that Greater Wellington has committed in their long-term plan to adequately supporting this project. And our request, I guess, is that the City Council matches that support to meaningfully enable this achievement to grow.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Kara, Paul, and especially for the opportunity and the welcome we had at the marae for that. It was special. Yeah, this is a really unique submission. I think every city in the world would be wanting to see this opportunity brought before us. My question is, can you just briefly explain the extent as to how far the Kiwi have spread from them, and in particular, have they made it into the Northern Ward?
Yes. Rory and I can both talk to that because we've spent an afternoon on a hillside of onga onga, stinging nettle and barberry, looking for a bird in the backyard of Johnson's Hill, basically, or Broadmeadows, but yeah.
Yeah, and again, we're only monitoring, as per our permit, less than 20 adult birds. So that means that there are birds, you know, as far north as Crofton Downs we know of. There will be more, and it's a call that's new to people, the residents of Wellington. But once they become accustomed and know the difference between a kiwi and a possum, then I'm sure we're going to have them as far north as Porirua pretty soon.
Sounds like the Kiwi prefer the Whārangi ward at the moment. Councillor Bennett.
Thanks for all the amazing work you're doing. You know that we declared an ecological crisis in 2019, Paul. So just, and I liked what you were saying about the kaupapa, can I just affirm that you are actually putting nature first at times rather than human need, that the Kiwi is not just there to serve us?
Oh, 100%. We serve the Kiwi. It's,
yeah, and I'll
my
answer
partner
that
will
again.
testify to this, but yeah.
Yeah, and I'll answer that again. We're slightly different to all the other projects in the country. So a lot of projects, their funding is based on their ability to monitor, and we're the opposite. So we are pushing back on DOC and not wanting to monitor, because we've taken a recipe from the islands and we've just put it on the mainland and we've proven success. So now we want to let these birds be free and be as wild as possible, and then be able to maintain that to grow the population. So birds, everything we do is what's paramount for the birds first and foremost. Secondly, comes down to humans and what our needs are.
And the habitat, obviously, to support them. Yeah.
And that's just to add to that, we've taken these birds from fenced sanctuaries where they're obviously in native forest, and we've put them on an active farm that the farmers made no changes, and yet the birds are in better health and condition than they've come from these sanctuaries where they're penned in.
So I guess that's one of the aspects of the project, is showing that we've been experts at what you might call manu evacuation, or moving our birds to islands and behind fences and glass in order to save them. What a kaupapa like this is showing is the opportunities for creating abundance alongside people in our farms, under turbines, on bike trails and running trails, and showing what's possible in those kinds of environments. And yeah, as Rawiri was saying, the birds have come out there, and we were joking at one point they were sneaking into Kōrau for takeaways. They were putting on so much weight. So there's plenty of kai for them out on those hillsides.
All right, that's brought us to the end of the questions. Thank you so much, Paul, Rawiri and Kara. Great to see you. I think when we think about this work, we all get a bit of the onion eye syndrome. So I'm sure there is no lack of desire for us as an organisation to further support your mahi. Kia ora.
Thank you.
I would now like to invite our friends from the Tawa Community Board. Jill Day, Miriam Moore, Liz Langham. No mai? I'm sorry, that is a difficult act to follow. But Tawa, I believe Tawa Community Board can do it. You have 10 minutes, including time for questions.
Here's a seat. Kia koutou mō tēnei wā ki te kōrero tātou. Thank you so much for having us and giving us the opportunity to share with you from the Tawa Community Board on behalf of the Tawa community. I'm Liz Langham, current Deputy Chair. Jill Day, you will know, the Chair of the board, and this is Miriam Moore, who's one of our elected members. We really appreciate the extensive work that council staff have put into preparing the long-term plan, and we understand that it's a complex environment in which that's had to be done, but we're just really grateful for the opportunity to contribute on behalf of our community. So we've just chosen a couple of aspects to focus on in terms of our written submission. The first is regarding Paniki Pōneke and transport infrastructure. We strongly support option 2 for the Paniki Pōneke cycle network, completing it over 10 years. We believe that 10 years is well long enough to wait for a safe and fully connected network. We consider that the additional borrowing required is really modest compared to the other transport spending, and that this investment is critical for building a climate resilient, safe and accessible active transport system. We're particularly interested in the provision of a safe cycling route between Tawa and Johnsonville to connect those suburbs, and also to provide a pathway through to the city. This has been requested by our community for many, many years, and it's essential both for safety and also for the resilience. We really urge Council to prioritise this connection. In terms of the low-cost and low-risk transport projects, we somewhat oppose the proposed cuts and the rephasing. Wellington is a city undergoing significant change, and investment in transport infrastructure is necessary to meet the needs of current and future residents. It's also a really important equity issue. Suburban communities and those further away from the city centre shouldn't be left behind the development that Wellington is experiencing. Also, in general, we'd really prefer to see a higher level of maintenance of existing assets, and we feel that this appears to be at risk in the current proposals. The next thing we'd like to just touch on is the Tawa Anchor project, and although it's not quite as exciting as Kiwi, it is a great example of community collaboration. We've mentioned it here before, but just to kind of touch back into what this is, it's a community-led initiative to explore the development of a new combined library and community centre on a single site in Tawa, using one of the existing sites. We deeply value the work of the council staff who've worked alongside the Tawa Community Board, the Tawa Business Group and the Tawa Residents Association to work on this project currently known as the Tawa Anchor project. This partnership is an excellent model of how council and community can work together to really energise and inform each other. As you may be aware, both the current library and the community centre are no longer fit for purpose. The community centre in particular is a repurposed building which requires significant remedial work to address weather tightness issues. And meanwhile, the library really lacks space to meet the growing needs of our suburb, which is growing. This project was clearly identified in Te Aue Māpara, the Community Facilities Plan, adopted by Council in 2023. And that plan recognised that Tawa is expected to continue to experience significant population growth, that both the community centre and the library do need upgrading, and that co-location would be a great way of managing that. And that current recreation and facility access in Tawa is quite limited and fragmented. We understand the implementation of the plan has been delayed in the current draft of the LTP amendment due to budget constraints. However, the need in Tawa is immediate, and the community is actively stepping up to help keep the momentum going. The Community Board, Residents Association and Business Group are working together to explore practical next steps, and we're really grateful for the early support of council staff, and we strongly encourage continued collaboration and some initial funding to help realise this project. Sometimes the synergy of a particular group of people working at a particular point in time is best to be captured and worked with, and letting projects drop can mean quite significant impacts for how much energy is in a community to help achieve them. So for this reason, we strongly oppose the proposed $10 million reduction in funding for Te Aue Māpara. Our community facilities in Tawa are well used and really valued, but many of them aren't any longer fit for purpose. So this is a real opportunity for Council to demonstrate how working together with local communities can unlock projects of lasting value. The Granada North Sports Hub is a great example of really excellent collaboration, and we're really appreciative of the consultation around the Granada North Park Sports Hub that's happened already. The sports community have been included really well in the planning process, and they're excited to see the project move forward. But we do note that with population growth in the northern suburbs, further investment in building infrastructure at the park will be required in the coming years, and we don't want that to drop out of the planning. In terms of the water reforms and in general, we recognise that water reform is complex and evolving, but we as a community really ask that equity is prioritised in any decision making. And this particularly applies to the introduction of water meters. For example, what consideration will be given to low-income households who often have a higher density of residents, who are often more affected by changes to basic services, charges for basic services. Some aspects of the reforms are highly detailed, while others remain unclear to us and to our community. So we really urge Council to ensure that community impacts are fully considered and that affected communities are supported through transparent communication and fair decision making. We'd also like Council to consider how Wellington City voice is heard at a combined council entity, and just want kind of reasonable representation to be part of that. So we don't have a clear position on all of the different projects up for consideration in the LTP. However, we do want to clearly state that we believe it's vital that Council considers the needs of the widest reaches of the city when making decisions. some suburbs, such as Tawa, are experiencing significant growth, and others are geographically quite disconnected from the central city. It's easy to overlook the impact of routine spending in terms of creating a vibrant, connected, equitable and resilient city. But we believe that many of the everyday infrastructure services which Council provides are of enormous value, and we really urge Council to continue to maintain these to a high level, whilst also keeping an eye towards building for the future needs of our city. Thank you.
All right, we've got some questions. The first one from Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora whānau. Regards to the Panike Ponike promise doing it over 10 years, I wonder what do you prioritise to do it, because that's a very challenging for a lot of us and when it comes to that priority. And also the second question is just like...
Sorry, just one question,
Okay,
Councillor.
after, okay.
I think for this one, the 10 years seems realistic considering what you've already achieved in this very short time frame. And from our perspective, Tawa has been quite neglected from the current proposals, and it's an incredibly dangerous route. So I think...
Two of us like it.
Yeah, we both like it. So that's sort of why we consider it's a priority for the city. That's our perspective, but also for Tawa and that connection.
So I have a question next, and it's about that, the point well made about Te Awa Maupara, but this is a LTP amendment that unfortunately we have to cut capital. Have you got any suggestions where we can cut capital from the budget? Because you've helpfully come up with some suggestions where we should add some in.
I think one of the questions I'd have is the phasing of how capital is paid back. So I think Council really does need to consider some of these projects will, their span of coverage for the community going into the future possibly counts for longer than is being accounted for as one option. But I do think at the end of the day, it's really risky to be taking a view of cutting things when we know that the community will thrive and grow if it is invested in. And I do think that potentially some of the borrowing limit side of things might be a little bit conservative as well. So one option.
Deputy Mayor Foon, quick one from you.
Yeah, just back to the joining of Tawa and Johnsonville. In terms of safety, I just want to, have you got, when you say that the community is advocating for this, is that something that's coming through the community board, and are we relaying that back to our officers?
We have mentioned it in a number of submissions we've done over the years. It is one that has come up quite a lot because it's actually a walking and cycling issue. So between particularly Tawa and Chuden Park, it's very poor. Actually, the road is quite narrow in itself, and there's no current infrastructure other than a very narrow road. But it's also the only alternate route if the motorway is taken out of action.
Right.
That did actually happen at one point for cyclists. We had a car crash on that particular piece of road, and the cyclists that were trying to leave Wellington that day actually couldn't get out because they couldn't cycle on the motorway, and they were stuck for hours. It was sort of like 4 or 5 hours while the road was closed. So there's a resilience issue there as well, which we have heard about many times.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, thank you so much. Sorry, we're out of time. Nice to see you, Tawa Community Board.
Thank you. All the best.
Okay, so I'd now like to welcome Alan. It's just you, Alan? I know Angela is here with you, but you only have 5 minutes for an individual submission, but you're welcome to have your friend with you.
Thank you. Actually, I've got kia ora tātou, first of all. Nice to see you all. I've actually got 10 minutes because I'm supposed to be talking about my water one as well. But if I could just explain why Angela's here is because we through various reasons, we missed putting a Mount Vic Residents Association one in. So I would like her to speak to one of the points in my submission. So I was expecting 10 minutes.
Can I just check? Okay, we can make that work, but I'm going to have to be tougher later in the day, friends, if we go to overtime. So we'll reset the clock to 10 minutes. Off you go.
Right, so kia ora tātou. So I just wanted to speak to a few points in my submissions, and I've got, I think, submissions because I was looking at the one I did in May last year for the long-term and annual plan as well. So I think overall that we weren't presented with enough options in the long-term plan, particularly as far as financing goes and for our water options. So I'm going to kind of mix up the water and the long-term plan ones, if you don't mind. I think we should retain the current debt to revenue borrowing ratio, or whatever it's called. And I've got a few other things here, and I've got some ideas on how to get some money back as well. So I particularly wanted to talk about parks and pedestrians. So I noticed in the long-term plan last year that we were cutting our parks budget in the out years, and yet in this plan we're apparently going to take over management of the Miramar Peninsula for $750,000 a year or something, as I understand it, which is just about a third of the parks budget. So unless you're going to increase the parks budget, then you need to have a big think about taking over a whole new big undeveloped park. And I'm particularly interested and concerned at the low level of funding we have for weed management in Wellington. We do quite well on pest, but we need to up our weed plant management because it is getting out of control. And there are a lot of volunteer groups doing really good work like Old Man's Bed Wellington, but that's off, goodness of your heart stuff. So if you want to have a nice biodiverse Wellington, you need to do better in your parks budget, and that could be nicely complemented with more green streets and trees on streets and water gardens and a whole lot of great stormwater management things as well. Yep. So pedestrians, I'm alarmed that the minor transport upgrades budget was up for being cut. We have a water issue because we did not maintain our water infrastructure. This is exactly cutting your pedestrian infrastructure. There's very little this council does for pedestrians. This is one of them. Do not cut this budget. And if you do, can you please answer to how you're supporting sustainable transport in Wellington, because otherwise you just aren't. There's a whole raft of things there, strengthening the Kelvin Viaduct, why is that even up for discussion? Finishing off the LED street light transition, why is that even up for discussion? It's small beer, easy to cut, but it has a big impact on people out walking around in Wellington and keeping things safe. There's a whole lot of resilience things in there as well, which we might have forgotten about the 2022 landslip crisis in Wellington. That's still ongoing. We need to make sure that we're really supporting that well. I'm sorry, it's not onion water eye stuff. This is basic bog standard maintenance and upgrades that we need to continue with. And it gets me wound up when I see it even suggested that it should be cut. So I've got some ideas on how we can make more money. I think the water thing, I think we need to be really strong that it's maintained in public ownership, our water services. The key thing, I think, for collaborating with other councils is in drinking water, because we get our water from, Hutt River. So, but stormwater is a real local issue, and we manage our stormwater ourselves in Wellington. We manage our sewage in Wellington. So, look at more options, please. Keep water in public ownership. I think that's the main things I would like to talk about. Now, I'd like to ask Angela to talk about this other bit. I think it's here.
Okay, kia ora tātou. Anyone who's come to any of our Residents Association meetings will have heard us bang on about getting toilet facilities put into Pyro Street Park, and that's what I'm here about. We see that there's the Te Awa Mapara Community Facilities Plan funding. This supports the approach identified in the plan for more central city toilets, and Mount Victoria is an area identified with no facilities. We've got the council has put in a beautiful family and adult park in Pyro Street, and it's fantastic and it's really well used. It has no toilets. So we would like people to be able to go there and spend a good length of time there and use the facilities to their utmost. Go up and explore the maunga and then come back. They don't have much time if they've got little kids, or even, for the greatly expanded mountain bike trails up there. We've got loads of mountain bikers popping out in Pyro Street, having to race down to KFC to go to the toilet. There are toilet facilities at the top of Mount Victoria, there are none at the bottom. So we would very much appreciate seeing that some more. Tantalisingly, there are toilets within the bowling club that we can't have access to, that the council has given the lease to the bowling club for private use. We'd really like it if we had a bit of support to negotiate use of those toilets, or to have the separate toilets that are just off from the building, the bowling club building, reinstated as proper working toilets again. I think that's about it for me. Yeah.
We just want to be able to spend a penny.
We just want to spend a penny. Yeah, and it's got huge community interest. I'm flipping obsessed with it. And yeah, we'd like to see some action if we could.
And I guess the other thing, having delved into our archives recently, we've been asking for this since at least 1995. At least.
All right, you ready for some questions? You have one from Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, thank you for the KFC story. You brought back a triggering incident with my son not too long ago. In terms of the bowling club, what approaches have been done, or, with a little touch of luxury time, how can council come in and assist?
Well, the council gives the bowling club its lease, so it's got a whole lot of conditions at the moment that it's got to meet. I think the council, it's town belt land. It's up to the council to decide that that's an important thing, and it should be easy enough to do. It's not a big ask. It's probably cleaning and maintenance more.
Just wanted to check, Alan, government has cut funding for transport, which is kind of behind a lot of the changes that we are having to make to the budgets, because we actually are trying to make it work with less government funding. So were you aware of that, and do you think we should what do you think we should do in the face of that if we can't cut projects?
Well, I have a whole list of things I think could be cut, and some of them were suggested in the long-term plan, rephasing and various other bits and bobs. I'm looking at the wrong bit of paper. So I think people get to use footpath space for cheap, dirt cheap. It's along the Golden Mile, up that. I would like to see it better costed. You only have one person managing that in council, and without enough support, I don't think so. Up the costs and pay for the better management. Then you'd have a nice big footpath. You wouldn't need to go and make a whole new one. Honestly, the amount of junk on footpaths, the e-scooters should never have been there, the sandwich boards, the chairs and tables are all over the place. We did a walk yesterday with Jane's Walk, and just walking even through Cuba Mall, you're like this, dodging all sorts of commercial infrastructure. That they are there making money, but we're here paying for it. I think there's a lot of things you could do without spending a heap.
All right, thank you both. Nice to see you. Thanks for taking the time to come in. All right, I would now like to welcome Veronica Montaine. No, my Veronica. You have 5 minutes, and if you want to leave any time for questions as part of that, welcome.
I write because my English is not so good. So good morning, everyone. My name is Veronica, and I am here to speak for short-term accommodation provider, particularly those in suburbs. Places available in the suburbs don't really compete with hotels and motels in the city. Those Airbnb are usually the preferred option for families that travel with young children or even pets or elderly parents. So they need a kitchen, and a house make it different, like an hotel, because if you have a baby, you need to feed it in the middle of the night or early in the morning, some things like that. And also, they are not usually tourists. By Wellington or former Wellington visit family, the attending family, for example, like a graduation, funerals, or wedding, and they bring a lot of business around because they use the cafe, the restaurant, the shop. It's good for Wellington. The guests are unlikely to be able to afford an hotel and may just not visit Wellington so often, so it's not good for Wellington as well. So in a different note, the Airbnb operator may have property advice for 60 days or more, but that not mean that they are occupied for 60 days or more. This is why blanket commercial rates are unfair, and if it's go ahead, it forced people to stop operating, which does not necessarily mean that the property will become a long-term rental. So I would like to ask that you please reconsider and talk about short-term rental provider and discuss better way for council to collect revenue as well, supporting the Wellington people. Could be an occupancy fee or levy or even a cut or an amount, or the same way that GST that is designed so people have to register and pay after earning about $6,000. This will be more fair and sustainable for the commercial rates. That's it for me. Thank you.
We do have a question for you from Councillor Randall.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So I've got a very simple question. If the council decides to implement these much higher rates, will you be able to keep going as an Airbnb provider?
We are talking with the people who has Airbnb. Of course, we can pay some, but not commercial rates. So, for example, we're thinking about could be some of the amount that we charge, or after some kind of money. But if we can become commercial rates, it's going to be so hard, we cannot do it. So we have to finish, and maybe we could rent a house or something for long term, but it's not the same.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
All right, I think that's all the questions. Thank you, Veronica. Veronica, we really appreciate you coming to see us today. I'd now like to welcome Alex Gray to give an individual submission. No, my Alex, you have 5 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
Kia ora, Mayor and councillors. My submission's quite simple. My first request is that councillors rescind the decision they made on the 5th of December to demolish the City to Sea Bridge. My reasons for that are quite simple. Firstly, it's not currently an earthquake risk. It will survive a 1 in 100-year earthquake, and it's rated at 50% NBS. My second reason is that a critical sentence was removed from the Kestrel report, which was in the consultation documents. And that sentence said, it is considered the bridge should either be strengthened or demolished by the end of 2029. And I think that's quite important. I heard a previous speaker, a councillor, say that you guys are looking for some funding cuts. My suggestion is that you leave Tinakau Square as it is. Minister Penk has just announced there's a 4-year extension to the earthquake-prone building deadlines. So capital E, instead of needing to be strengthened by 2026 or 7, has now got until 2031. So in a major earthquake, Jervois Quay will be impossible due to liquefaction and other collapsed buildings. Therefore, the argument the bridge needs to be demolished as an emergency vehicle route is invalid, and I suggest you read the Dunning-Thornton report. The main reason I support keeping the City to Sea Bridge, as well as it being an iconic structure, is it provides a safe and convenient route for pedestrians, cyclists and those in wheelchairs to get across to the waterfront without running the gauntlet of crossing Jervois Quay. Jervois Quay has 41,000 vehicles a day using it, and some of you may have forgotten, but a young mother was killed there by a drunk speeding driver who ran a red light on the corner of Cable Street and Taranaki Street in 2023. The other comment I'd like to make is that on the Golden Mile, I accept that Courtney Place needs improvement, but I strongly urge the council to cancel the remainder of the project. The cost-benefit analysis is flawed, with $247 million worth of benefits attributed to pedestrian realm benefits. These are esoteric things like people will walk further if the footpath's wider, people will walk further if there are benches, people will walk further if there's a few trees. Instead, I suggest general traffic be prohibited from Willis Street and Lambton Quay in the morning and evening peaks, Monday to Friday, to allow the buses to keep to schedule. On Brooklyn connections, I'll be talking that in more detail on my submission with the Greater Brooklyn Residents Association. But I basically, as a cyclist, have strongly object to raised pedestrian crossings on this route. And the main reason for that is that they're unnecessary, and the existing cycle lane is already cluttered with bits of debris from vehicles going to the tip. and that if you put in raised pedestrian crossings, you're going to have huge amounts of bits falling off trucks. Plus, of course, there's a in-lane bus stop on halfway up Brooklyn Hill by Washington Avenue, which is going to require all traffic to stop. And I think the alternative solution there is to put in a small retaining wall so there's a bit more space for both pedestrians and the cycleway. Finally, managing insurance investment risks, I partially support option 1 as I don't believe public assets, e.g. ground leases, should be sold. Instead, I request that budgets be reduced to match the rate's income. I look forward to any questions councillors may have.
There appear to be none, Alex. Thank you so much for coming to speak to us today, and we'll see you later. Yeah. All right. I'd now like to welcome Paul Bruce. No, my Paul. And you have 5 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
Kia ora, everybody. I'm a retired Class 1 meteorologist and also served 3 terms as a regional councillor. A transition to a nature-friendly environment will bring cost savings and numerous co-benefits to health and well-being. On the other hand, maintaining a fossil-fuelled car-centric city leads to rising costs and accelerates us towards collapse through extreme weather and shortages. Thus, I do not support cuts to the transport projects made to walk, bike and use public transport to help Wellingtonians get around. You may not know the insurance industry has historically managed extreme weather risks. Temperatures have already risen by 1.5 degrees centigrade, and we're fast approaching 2 degrees, 3 degrees, where insurers can no longer offer coverage for these risks. The premiums required exceed what people or companies can pay. Entire regions are becoming uninsurable. According to Gunther Thallinger, Alliance SC, one of the world's biggest insurance companies, there is a point where risk cannot be transferred, no insurance, risk cannot be absorbed, no public capacity, and risk cannot be adapted to, physical limits exceeded. That means no more mortgages, no new real estate development, no long-term investment, no financial stability. The financial sector, as we know it, ceases to function. Risk management practices for policymakers are inadequate, and unmitigated climate change and nature-driven risks have become are underestimated and risk planetary insolvency. One obvious example of this is the setting of a carbon target with only 50% chance of keeping global heating below 1.5 degrees centigrade that we've actually now already passed. This means that the IPCC has accepted risk associated with climate breakdown that is 100 times higher than that for European insurance companies going insolvent. Science-based projections are inherently conservative and have consistently underestimated global temperature increases, sea level rise, extreme events, and multiple tipping points that have been identified. Tipping points define thresholds beyond which negative changes may be irreversible. And 25% decline in GDP is a risk impact equating to more than 2 billion lives lost. I urge councillors to adapt the following to the plan's capital program to adopt. Option 2 for Poneke Bike Network, deliver the full program as planned over 10 years and fully fund the rollout of the primary and secondary network. Fully fund city streets projects to make the city better to walk around and take the bus through. Retain the 52 million budget for future bus corridors that are currently unallocated. Fully fund safer routes to schools, bus priority improvements and footpath structure upgrades. Use extra debt headroom to reduce pollution in a sensible way to reallocate our city's resources. Increase well-being and find budget savings by closing more city streets to car traffic. And I did agree with Alex Gray's point about the city to sea overbridge. I don't think we should be spending money on that. How is it to be standing on the cliff of a climate crisis And what would it mean to pivot away from an economy based on extraction and fossil fuels? Real wealth is not what we extract, it's in what we nurture. Councillors, just please recognise the risks we face and invest in future-proofing Wellington.
All right, we have a time for a quick question from Councillor Free.
Paul, I'm sorry, this is actually maybe a bit to the side of your main points, but the weed situation that's been raised by a previous submitter, are weeds in Wellington City the problem of Wellington City, or is it something to do with the Regional Council? And us is because I know you were on the Regional Council for 3 terms.
Sorry, which?
Things like Old Man's Beard.
Oh, yes.
Are they for the Regional Council to resolve or Wellington City to resolve if it's in our city?
I have taken interest in that in the past, and I understood that they actually, it was the Regional Council, but they just gave up on Old Man's Beard. But I think it's really important that it is tackled, and you know, I myself have cleared Old Man's Beard on paper roads, and yeah, I thought it's very unfortunate we've just let it go.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're out of time. Thank you, Paul. We appreciate you taking the time to come and speak with us. Ivonne, no mai. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes, including time for questions.
I'll just say that the local Melrose community is actually the actual community is actually tackled Old Man's Beard. So yeah,
I've got to make sure your mic is on. Great.
Okay. Yep. I'll just have to move forward. I'm talking about water first, and then the plans later.
Sorry, yes, I 10 minutes you have. Sorry,
the water reforms for those that don't know, I'm a long-term resident and fifth-generation Wellingtonian, and my parents fought a long battle in relationship to tertiary treated sewage in Wellington back in the 1990s, and I've lived most of my life in Rongotai o Lyle Bay. I'm sort of like don't agree with option 3 in the modified version of the water Wellington water model. I don't believe that multiple council option will be as simple and easy to undertake the ongoing management and upgrades that are required in Wellington's water system, sewage and stormwater. And I don't believe that it will improve our antiquated and broken water and sewage stormwater infrastructure. For instance, the Mile Point sewage plant is actually quite old, and it's an ongoing issue about looking at how to replace that big infrastructure. But it's also, to me, it's also about creating an entity. You seem to be creating an entity with the multiple council option that actually could be sold in a similar way to the Wellington Airport. And for me, that's not a good option because of that ability to actually, you're creating something that actually could quite easily be sold. And you'd have all the other problems that you'd have with the airport, and being able to have limited control and limited control of a really important set of infrastructure. With the multiple council option, the question is, what are going to be the priorities? And one of the priorities for Lyle Bay, bizarrely enough, is actually stormwater in relationship to stormwater from other catchments that come in and inundate our sewage treatment plant when you have a high rainfall event, which are happening more frequently because of climate change. I know that this catchment looking at catchments has actually been looked at by Wellington Water, and the funding just isn't available to actually do substantial work on stormwater catchments and reducing the inundation into their sewage system. So what has happened recently, the sewage plant has finally been upgraded to a point where it's not doing non-considered short outfalls, but in the last month, 21st of April, 1st of May, 2nd of May, raw sewage has only been sieved, and then it gets pumped out into Lyle Bay because of the stormwater coming into the system in such a high level that the plant just can't cope with it. And it's not the plant's fault, it's actually our stormwater system that needs to be fixed up and actually helped. But it's Lyle Bay that have to cope with the crap that comes into our bay because of it. So I just don't think it's sustainable, environmental or health responsible to allow this type of events to happen with climate change and the increasing storm events. And it's just not acceptable, and I don't think your multiple council option is going to give it a priority to fix those connections, pipes and stormwater infrastructure in the area. So that's that hat on. Okay, long-term amendments plan and the annual plan. It's actually really difficult to work out the preferred options for the long-term plan amendment, as your documentation had no information on what ground leases you were actually talking about. A map on the ground leases and in relationship to what buildings you were talking about selling, the ground lease would actually have helped with incorporated into the document, and I could have actually made a decent submission on. On a personal level, I think selling ground leases and the airport is an appalling way to actually run the city and won't actually solve the issues that you think you're going to face with a natural disaster. And I did work on the Christchurch earthquake recovery when I was at Ministry for the Environment. And I actually believe that a disaster in Wellington would be far larger in scale than you're actually talking about. I think you need to be looking at the rapid sea level rise and climate change, and if you have a substantial earthquake, you are going to have to look at retreat of businesses and residential areas in a similar way to the red zone in Christchurch. However, in Wellington, if this happened, it would be half the central city that would be retreating, and I just don't think that's on your level of scale of looking at it in a strategic level. A far more logical strategy would be to stop putting your heads in the sand and stop putting Wellington City Council buildings and infrastructure in flood hazard, liquefaction and tsunami hazard areas in the central city. It's time to move on and actually think about developing Wellington City as having a Wellington City centre new precinct that's not in all these really high hazard areas. In relationship to walking and cycling, I made a submission last year on cycleways, and as a 64-year-old, I actually cycle a lot, and I would see myself more having a car, not having a car, but having a bicycle, an e-bike in the future. I have an e-bike now, and I love the new improved cycleways. However, it's time to make the connections across and through the city, because you get to the city and then it's really difficult to get from the waterfront up to here, or the waterfront and through. So I just think it's better to be looking at how cyclists and pedestrians actually move through this city in a different way. And having something like a Keys cycleway would be a public benefit to have a connection between the railway station and Waitangi Park, rather than trying to weave my way through the waterfront in a sort of in a legal way, rather than having some sort of decent cycle network. I think you need to carry on with the actual Paniki bike network as it's planned, and the eastern suburbs, there's a definite increase in bike travel. Every time I go there, there's someone else travelling on it, and just having the primary connection between Greta Point and Cobham Drive will actually make my life a lot safer. In relationship to Mate Moana Reserve, I strongly support the proposal. As a child, I never had the opportunity to walk on this land because it was prison or some sort of government purposes. And I just think it would give me great joy if this land was managed in a way that the community could enjoy it, and ultimately the majority of it restored to an ecological sanctuary, as in similar to Zealandia or Otari Reserve. That is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivonne. I don't think there are any questions, but we'd like to thank you for the time you put into your submission. And also, it was nice to hear about your parents. I think of Ray and Betty often. Yes. What lovely people.
I know. and you know, Ray Appian and Mercer and others just worked really hard to get that sewage treatment plant. But it's old. I mean, you know, it's now, you know, over 20 plus years old, and the infrastructure needs constant changing, but it might actually need a new plant altogether. So, something to think about, folks. Okay.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to welcome River Wicks. Nomai River, and you have 5 minutes, including time for questions, if you'd like to leave any. Thank you.
Kia ora, councillors. I don't think most of any of us know much about any of the specifics of this, and I think there's a bit of a case of we speak on specific things that we feel we know about, but I think it's probably more important to talk in generalities. To quote Operation Ivy, all I know is that I don't know nothing. But what I do know is that things only get more expensive with time, and I think it would be, to talk about fiscal responsibility, to defer things constantly. You're just continuing to kick the can down the road, which we've seen where that's led us with our water infrastructure. I think we've got one thing I feel a little confident speaking on is the cycle infrastructure, where we've got this momentum going, where we're building it out, and you're seeing it every day, more and more people. I don't keep up with what new bits of track have come online. I go, oh, there's a lot more people today, and then that's just the daily. That's how many cyclists there just kind of are from that point on. And I think to say, oh, well, we'll save some money now by kicking the can down the road and having more cars on the road, causing more damage to the roads over that period of time, locking in car dependency. The city's already gridlocked most of the time, and even if you could rip everything up and build it again, that isn't desirable for a variety of what I hope are really obvious reasons. And so I look at a lot of the talk of fiscal responsibility when it comes to the budget, and it feels a little bit like not fixing a leak in your roof, and your whole house rots out, but at least you didn't have to pay for a new roof. Oh, well, I'll sell the house and I'll rent so that I don't have all this debt on the books. And I know that you're between a rock and a hard place because the council doesn't exactly have great ability to borrow. But I think, if your desire is to keep rates lower, then you're not going to do that by not spending on things that are going to get more expensive and, only will continue to be necessary into the future. If we take the 5-year cycle plan, we stretch that out to 10 years, then a lot of these experts that we've got down working on things are going to go off somewhere else, and then we're going to have to start pushing that rock up the hill again, which I don't think is very productive. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the main thrust of my argument is that things only get more expensive, so you may as well do them now.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, River. Talk about not deferring any infrastructure maintenance and that sort of thing. Do you think it's a better idea then to put more funding into our maintenance and infrastructure and less into new projects, or do you think that we should do the new projects as well, or where do you think?
I mean, you'd have to be specific about what new projects, because it's it's obviously we don't want the roads falling apart, but we also don't want a situation where people move into the city as they continue to do, and then we lock in this car dependency. There's no room for more cars, so to defer anything that would prevent people from needing to own a car is just creating more headaches for ourselves in the future. I was enabled by all of the wonderful infrastructure, thank you very much, to go and get an e-bike that's saved me a whole hell of a lot of money and time. It's changed my life positive. I'm disabled. I can't walk very far without being completely wiped out, and being able to get around by an e-bike has enabled me to work more, to make more money, to do more. It's not all about money, to have a quality of life that is better than I would have had if there weren't that threshold crossed where, well, most of where I'm going, I'm protected, and therefore I was enabled to get a bike.
Great, thank you.
Quick question from Councillor Free.
Thank you, River. Look, I know you said you didn't monitor which stretches were open and not open, but if you had something on your wish list that we haven't yet done in the network, what would it be? The cycle network.
Having just cycled here, the terrace, absolutely. I mean, this is the hilliest part of the entire city, and if you want to look at places where it is more necessary than other places, absolutely. I mean, you got the university right up there, and the way to get there is this windy up Glenmore Street, and then to go back, you're going up Kelburn Parade, is it? And the terrace is a bit of a nightmare for. I was running late, so I was kind of pushing myself more than I should have, which I'll pay for later. But yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, River. We appreciate you taking the time to come and see us. Thank you. Welcome, Tim Bennett. No, my Tim. And you have
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, councillors. I'm going to talk about two things, one of which you don't want to talk about, which is debt levels. The other one you always talk about, which is affordability of Wellington. But these two things are linked, not surprisingly. Debt levels in the city have gone up $1 billion since you started in your term and will continue to go up through the course of the long-term plan. There's about $1.5 billion of spend which is being incurred, which not only has no benefit to the city, but would appear to have some quite negative consequences, both in terms of affordability, but also people using the city. A lot's been said about spending $330 million on the town hall, but what is remarkable in the long-term plan that you're about to pass is that revenues from our venues, excluding Takina, are going to go down by 20% as a result of opening the town hall. So not only are we not going to generate any new visitors or residents using our venues, they're actually going to go down. We'll have a higher cost base with fewer people coming. I just listened to the discussion on cycleways, and I don't want to get into a debate about cycleways, but one of the impacts has been on parking. 3 years ago, you expected, or the council expected, that there would be $38 million in parking revenue by 2031. In the current plan that you're about to pass, that number is 14 million. It's almost a 2/3 reduction. People aren't driving into the city anymore. They're not coming to the city. The third example, and perhaps the best one, is Takina. That was opened with much fanfare by this council. Cost around $200 million. It costs us $17 million a year. It was supposed to deliver $32 million in revenue to the city by 2031. Now that number is 4. People are not coming. The debt level will be, in terms of coverage ratios, 4x by 2034. Last year you're expecting 5x. When you get to 3x, the council is in danger of becoming unable to pay its debts. 40% of the expenditure of the council by 2034 will be on debt repayment, depreciation and amortisation. And of course this impacts affordability. By 2034 there will be, in terms of council expenditure, around $4,300 per person spent. You have to add back water expenditure, which we'll have to pay through rates or charges. And of course you need to add the Greater Wellington Regional Council costs as well. So you get to about $7,000 per Wellington resident. That is double the amount in Christchurch by 2034. To put that in simpler terms, it's $134 a week per resident, $70 more per week than Christchurch. If you're talking about affordability, you're talking about people who rent in a shared room in a one bedroom in a shared flat in Wellington, currently spending somewhere around $250 a week. You're charging them $70 more a week for the same services that Christchurch can provide. What's it doing to our population? Well, obviously people aren't coming to the city, but they're also leaving. So let's ignore the impact for the last 12 months for a moment and just look at what's happened to our population over the last 10 years. 2 key cohorts, 40 to 49-year-olds and people under 20, have declined in population numbers over the last 10 years. People are leaving, and they will continue to leave if we cannot deliver an affordable city. This council talks a lot about affordability. I'd encourage you to deliver a plan that actually creates and affordable city for us to live in. Thank you very much.
Very quick question from Councillor McNulty, no? Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're taking the time. Right, and now we have the plumbers, the master plumbers, gas fitters and drain layers, Lisa and Erica, no my. If you want to, you can podium, or you can sit at the table where there's two of you. Okay, podium's great. Okay,
this is all good. Thank you for letting us come here today. I'm Lisa Swan, Master Plumbers here with Erica Guy. Apologies, Greg Wallace, our CEO, could not make it today. We're here to talk about the Local Water Done Well submission, the reform of water services here. Just a quick overview of our perspective. We believe that the Wellington water model has not proven efficient or cost effective for Wellington to give exclusive rights to a major contractor for their water maintenance, raises some questions about potential conflict of interest, and leaves other qualified providers such as plumbing businesses shut out. Now, we've been quite vocal about utilising the services of our wonderful plumbers here in Wellington, who are more than qualified to do the services in terms of maintenance and other kind of private property services that are performed. And so we believe that there needs to be a competitive playing field when it comes to the provision of essential services, and ratepayers deserve more transparency on the tender process and the costs involved. Just an indication of that kind of transparency that we're looking for, we did reach out quite vocally about the qualifications that plumbers had and whether they were allowed to help out with when there was a kind of a crisis of leaks happening, and we're told by Wellington Water that they did not hold the correct or relevant qualifications to perform that work. Unfortunately, it did actually turn out that it was more that there was a contract that was preventing plumbers from being able to work on the system. So we need that kind of transparency. We need to know what's going on. We're here to help, and our plumbers are here to help, and so utilising that service seems kind of like a ball dropped, in my opinion. Also, the value for money and just making sure that you've got an efficient group of people that are willing to do this. There was an internal report released by Wellington Water that did show that the cost of maintenance for Wellington Water Services was considerably high when compared to other councils around the country. We believe that moving away from kind of a sole contractor model and allowing for more competition there and utilising the services of the plumbing network will help to lower those costs and make things more efficient. We think that Wellington's water problems are wide-reaching. We're also quite aware of the fact that we're an earthquake-prone city, so making sure that we are looking at emergency management is a key point as well. When you rely on a single contractor and something goes wrong, you don't have that network of people that are able to step up and help out when things get a bit rough. So, in the instance of a large civil defence event, plumbers are an untapped resource that could be called upon to undertake critical work. So we'd really like to see in the new model that's proposed that those kinds of things are taken into consideration, that there's a little bit more of an openness towards looking at other very qualified service professionals that do this work already and can do this work at a higher level of skills currently than those who are performing that within the Wellington Water Maintenance, and just making sure that we look at that option for a future model going forward.
Thanks, Lisa. Yeah, I just want to add sort of really three key points that we want to add, and that is that the current model has prevented plumbers from working on the water services, and the use of one contractor provider has increased costs to ratepayers. It's led to lengthy delays in getting leaks fixed, and it's delivered poor outcomes to ratepayers. Plumbers are, as Lisa's pointed out, fully qualified to work on public services. We did a report by an independent provider that showed that plumbers actually have a higher qualification and more skills than those that work under the New Zealand Certificate in Infrastructure Work. So a New Zealand Certificate in Plumbing is a higher qualification. Plumbers also can increase productivity and deliver better outcomes for council and ratepayers. Plumbers should be used to do repairs and maintenance on tobies and isolation valves. That's really our key points, and we're happy to take questions.
We do have some. Councillor Randall.
Yes, I was interested in the comment around whether or not we should transfer stormwater or not to the city, because that's a discretionary choice that we have. And in terms of your work on the stormwater side, do you think it would be better if the council kept it as it is able to do, or whether it should be transferred to a new entity, which is what is out for consultation.
I don't think we have anything specific on the stormwater to add to that. Unfortunately, our CEO, Greg Wallace, who's very vocal about this, could not make it today. So some of the particulars we don't have.
Okay, sorry, I just thought you might have the. Thank you.
We can go back and come back to you with information on that. Yeah, happy to do that. Yeah.
Councillor McNulty.
Look, thanks for your advocacy. I can appreciate how frustrating and infantilising it may have been at times going through that. Wellington Water have told us that they're starting to open up jobs now in the wake of their recent glowing reports, and that there will be more open market experience. Has any of that yet filtered through to your members?
No. There has been talk of a trade line to help facilitate, because there's a bit of back and forth between plumbers who are working on the private side and Wellington Water on the public side. So we have been in discussions about trying to make that a bit of an easier process, because plumbers get quite upset when, they call up to try and fix something and it's another week before they can get someone to come. So trying to just facilitate that, we've been looking into it, but in terms of actually opening up and having a system where plumbers are called upon, that's not something that we've had any response about.
Councillor Brown.
My question is very similar to Councillor McNulty's. So you've had no progress on either being allowed to work on the network or greater information assistance.
I would say that we've had progress in that we've actually had a meeting with Pat Doherty, and that's been very positive, because we couldn't get a meeting with the previous CE. And as Lisa mentioned, we're starting to engage about opportunities, but we haven't been able to do anything tangible yet, no.
Thanks.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. My question is very similar to the previous speakers. Is there capacity with the Plumbers Network at the moment to actually handle a lot of this work?
There definitely capacity, and there's also a huge amount of frustration from providers who have been turned away or unable to do work based on, there's a hold up on the Wellington Water side. Also, as we saw we had a bit of a leak crisis that really came to head, I believe it was last year. That's, as we said, an untapped resource. When you've got something that there's a lot of leaks and a lot of things going on and they can't get to them on time, plumbers can do the work. So not to be able to do that work is a very frustrating experience.
That's great.
Providing safe drinking water to people's homes is the number one job of plumbers, right?
Yes.
So,
yes.
We did have a report put together that we have sent over to Wellington Water by the WDC that does do a complete overview of the equivalent qualifications and how plumbers do meet and exceed all of the qualifications required of Wellington Water contractor.
Excellent. Great. Thank you.
That's the end of the questions. Oh, yes. Yep. Councillor Calvert. Yep.
It's just a general question, but from your members in Wellington, how are they finding business generally? Is it up, down, about the same?
It's a bit quieter at the moment. Definitely quieter down.
I think it's certainly affected all of the construction industry. And so, again, those types of things, general maintenance that needs to be, those kinds of repairs and maintenance, that's what plumbers, that's their bread and butter, really, to make sure they have those maintenance jobs. So where they can help, they're very happy to.
Thank you.
So much, both of you. We appreciate the time. Katie Underwood, if you'd like to do your individual submission. Yes. Katherine, sorry. So you're Katherine when you're an individual and Katie when you're for Brooklyn?
Yes.
It's like Beyonce.
Finally.
Katherine, over to you. You have 5 minutes.
I'll run. Oops, right. Okay. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. I know that you've all read my submission in depth and have savoured every word, so I'll be brief. Asset management is described as a systematic process of developing, operating, maintaining, upgrading and disposing of assets in the most cost-effective manner, including all costs, risks and attributes. The key section of this description that the Council in its entirety don't seem to grasp is the maintaining and upgrading part. The state of the Begonia House is fully at the feet of the Council. is a lack of sensible planned or any asset management. Why has the Begonia House fallen into such disrepair? Why wasn't the maintenance done when it was needed? The council has a responsibility to the citizens of Wellington to maintain assets, particularly those that have been gifted to the people of Wellington. Not to do so is disrespectful to the donor and the residents and the ratepayers. Absolutely no to selling of any of the airport shares. I can't think of one public asset that has been sold that has worked out. Not Wellington Electricity, not the rail network, not the car parks, none. Just, you never sell assets to pay the bills. You don't sell your car to buy petrol. I oppose any more funding for Dixon Street. It's had the wooden sides installed, parking removed, and all of this at the time was meant to be the salvation. Why are you spending more money on it? Just stop it. I oppose any changes to Frank Kitts Park, stop the development altogether. Putting buildings on the park is to lose open space, and I don't know if you realise that a driveway between two buildings, in the council's words, is actually considered to be open space. Strengthen the car park the same way that you're strengthening other structures. Frank Kitts Park is great, uses a shelter from the wind, and it's an awesome place to be. Wellington Zoo, yes, please. This involves animal welfare, so should proceed. They're not lucky enough to be able to move to another zoo. Civic Square, oh, how depressing. Civic Council seem hell-bent on creating something that isn't needed. Don't put more buildings on it. When you allowed the pimple on the side of the library, you destroyed what you call a view shaft, and putting a building next to it will just destroy that view through there even more. Plant a native garden. Put a play area like the top of one at the top of Mount Vic. The Parks Department know what they're doing. The city is so short of parks for the people. This is a great opportunity, and don't allow a 14-storey building leased for 100 years for a paltry sum to be built. I support all the comments made retaining the City to Sea Bridge. It's awesome for people in wheelchairs and for cyclists and for people. It's one of the elevated places where you can actually see the harbour, unlike the council offices that are going to be next door where you will have an uninterrupted view. So just save it. Miramar Peninsula, it must be kept in public ownership with public oversight, and the council should very much be involved as it is within your realm. It should be developed as a reserve, but should adhere to dark sky lighting so no lights can be seen from anywhere in Wellington. And I support all the comments made by the Friends of Miramar Peninsula in their submission. The council is financially strapped. I'm not sure how making Airbnb homes pay commercial rates when this won't increase the council's income. It would be smarter to ask the full-time Airbnb providers to make sure their homes comply with the health and safety and fire standards as motels and hotels have to, and that way the council could make money from permits and compliance fees. And I'm not talking about people who have someone come and stay in their house as an Airbnb. I'm talking about full-time Airbnbs, of which 2% is quoted by the council a couple of years ago were full-time Airbnbs. Cycle lanes. Please don't do the secondary cycle lanes, and stop doing raised speed bumps. Anyway, I haven't any questions because I've got to go for my next submission.
Yes, question from Councillor Young.
Thank you, Katherine. Just something I really, are you aware that the proposal to sell the leases is not to pay the bills, but it's actually to invest the money to give us an emergency fund?
I am, but I also believe the council should save their money like everybody else has to do with Kiwi Saver, and you don't sell your leases to pay the bills. You've told everybody you're selling them, so now they're going to come in with ridiculous prices like the price that you got for the Wadestown Community Centre, which was ridiculous. So I just don't believe the council actually knows how to sell their assets either.
Thank you for coming in, Katherine. We will see Katie later. Okay, great. All right, we're going to have a break now, and we will come back at 12:10. Thank you. all three of you, to come and speak for 10 minutes. Oh, two of you.
Ladies having a rest.
All right, so yeah, you have 10 minutes including time for questions. Thank you.
Right, you can kick off.
Right, well, thank you very much for your time, councillors. Most appreciate it. So, just in, you've probably seen or glanced over the summary that, or the submission that's been made. So, just in a quick snapshot, Alex is going to talk more about the roading matters that the association has submitted on. I'm going to touch on some other ones. So, firstly, just in regards to the insurance and investment risks that the council has. The consensus of opinions that we as the association have drawn from our community is that, well, neither are the greatest of options, but of the key ones in front, the association supports option 1 over 2. It's our belief that it's not responsible to be selling public assets, and the council should actually be setting money aside from these assets on an ongoing basis. That's irrespective of the current council position on funding. Begonia House, it's our belief that it's a responsibility that the City Council has let the Begonia House go. It is a public asset and that ongoing maintenance should be done. And our association and the community fully supports this as a citywide asset, and the Begonia House should be saved. Assets that are gifted to the city and not maintained are a detriment to the city. It shouldn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that if something's donated on behalf of people to the city, that it should be maintained by the city.
Right, Brooklyn. But after listening to many at the early will result in increased pollution from trucks and cars during an unnecessary hill start. Instead, we suggest a bylaw be passed, as is the case in Australia, which requires vehicles to give way to buses indicating to join the traffic stream. The penalty for not complying in Australia is between $200 and $350, depending on the particular state. In the meantime, we suggest the current bus stop be retained and a retaining wall built on the north side to separate bus passengers from cyclists. Also, the right turn downhill lane into Washington Avenue works well, as is, and does not need extending, which requires removal of the optimally situated median island where lots of pedestrians cross. Next concern is speed humps proposed on Hofero Road down to Aro Street. The council rationale for these multiple speed humps was that this road was likely to be used by less confident cyclists. As previously submitted, we're against installing any of these speed humps as we do not consider the route to be suitable for less confident cyclists. Not only is O'Fero Road windy and shaded, but the section close to Aro Street is only a single lane in places and will be potentially dangerous for cyclists to use. For those less able to cyclists crossing, the speed humps on the uphill will not be confidence building. Watching those cyclists that do use this route, the speed humps in both directions will make it more dangerous and less safe. Personally, I've seen other cyclists use the footpath up Brooklyn Road and also cycle through Central Park. Therefore, we request the speed humps be deleted. Next concern is the extension of the 30-kilometre zone on O'Fero Road. We have asked before and now ask again for the 30-kilometre zone to be extended to 237 O'Fero Road, just north of Reuben Avenue, and on O'Fero Road and east of the intersection of Brooklyn Road and O'Fero Road to the north. The reasons for requiring this extension are that there are a significant number of pedestrians, including school children in this area, which we believe needs extending. Vehicles and bikes coming up O'Fero Road will have slower traffic to cross to access Brooklyn Village. Trucks coming up Brooklyn Road will be slower around the steep corner. Next concern we've got is the in-lane bus stop proposed for O'Fero Road and associated cycle lane between the bus stop and the footpath. Again, as previously submitted, we're against in-lane bus stops and associated cycle lanes. This is a very busy road with a substantial number of vehicle movements. There are trucks heading to the 3 landfills, buses, taxis, delivery vehicles and private motor cars all using the road. The increase in emissions from idling vehicles and noise will have a huge impact on adjacent neighbours. In addition, this association has not ever been a supporter of cycle lanes between the footpath and passengers alighting a bus. There is no way this proposal makes it safer for all users. It is a downhill section of road for cyclists, so there's no need for a separated cycle lane. We propose the following as a very cost-effective alternative. 1, sharrows at the top of the hill outside 147 O'Fero Road. 2, the 30-kilometre speed limit be extended to east of the Brooklyn Road O'Fero Road intersection. 3, the road be resealed so it isn't like crossing mountains on the left hand of the southbound lane. 4, the council support a bylaw making it illegal not to let the bus go first if indicating to access traffic. The association also isn't supportive of the removal of parking on the northbound lane. With slower speeds and a wider road, due to there being no cycle lanes, there is no need to remove parking. Finally, raised crossings at Washington Avenue where it meets Brooklyn Road. We oppose this raised crossing on several grounds. It will make it more challenging for cyclists to take this corner, and buses accessing Washington Avenue here and won't be able to cross at 90 degrees, which I understand is the law in terms of trying to keep the bus reasonably level. And in terms of the bike lanes in general, we've said either extend the program to 20 years. Our view is that the funds are currently very tight in Wellington and that we should stop cycle lanes on secondary routes or stop the cycle lane project. Right, we're onto you, back onto you, Carl.
Just quickly as well, our discussions with the local fire and emergency up there, a lot of the staff there have got serious concerns about any speed bumps or these crossings simply for the structure undercarriage of the fire service units. You may or may not be aware that the Brooklyn station is one of the busiest in the country because of its location and the congestion around town. Not only is Brooklyn one of the gateways to the landfills, for better or for worse, but it's also a backdoor for a lot of people doing a rat run to get to the southern and eastern suburbs rather than try and chug through town in Mount Vic Tunnel. The undercarriage of a lot of these heavily laden fire and emergency units as well as ambulances do crunch on the bottom of some of these speed humps, and potentially that is putting people's lives and property at risk, if not of injury, then potentially death.
You've got a minute left.
We do have time for a very quick question from Councillor Free.
Yes, look, I noticed with interest that you're quite keen to have an extension to your 30k zone, but you might be aware the government's actually trying to undo these recent limits that we put in. What do you suggest the community could do to give the message more strongly to the government?
Oh, maybe we need to write to Chris Bishop.
Yeah, we personally would encourage you to do that, because if that's the view of the community, he possibly needs to know that. Thank you.
Very quick question from Councillor Abdul.
With regards to one of the submission, are you getting enough information or engagement from council officers regards to specific to the road change on Brooklyn Road?
We haven't raised the design specifically because Paul Barker's advised that the earliest the project would start would be the beginning of 2026.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to come on. We appreciate it. I'd now like to welcome Alex Dyer on behalf of Cycle Wellington. No, my Alex, and you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, ko Alex Dyer aho on behalf of Cycle Wellington. Thank you for hearing me today. Just want to express that the emerging bike network is delivering some exciting successes, and Wellington is becoming a cycling city in our view. We're really proud of the progress that's been made, and really excited to see more kids on bikes, more families on bikes, especially using cargo bikes and e-cargo bikes, a growing uptake of biking by a wider range of demographics and people, older people, younger people. My new neighbour is a retiree. She likes to get her e-bike out of her purposely purchased bike shed and ride around, and she's enjoying it, having moved here from the Motueka area last year. So, yeah, just wanting to share that we're also just concerned about the still about the data gathering processes, and hoping that that situation can be resolved sooner than later. Just to re-emphasise, council needs to continue investing in cycling at a high rate. We're in favour of option 2 if that's what you have to do to get this kind of work continuing at an appropriate level. Investing less in cycling is not an option. We call on you to reject a further weakened program for the bike network. We already know that the funding for the network has come back from the original aspirations on the original budget, and it's a sign that it seems like cycling is folding into a part of a form of discretionary spending. It is not. Safe and healthy streets are a part of core business for a council. Taking longer to do less risks leaving the city in an uncomfortable no man's land. If the full benefits of a cycling network are not delivered as quickly as originally intended, car-centric naysayers will be more emboldened to attack the program further. We need to enable the whole community to feel empowered and welcome to get on their bikes for everyday journeys. As we no longer have a viable way to see aspirations such as light rail in our city and the accompanying expense of that, we need to turn again to a more assertive adoption of other forms of sustainable and healthy transport, i.e. cycling. And reducing investment in cycling is counterproductive to the impulse of strengthening our fiscal resilience. The return on cycling is really hard to beat, delivering up to 30 times what's put in. Giving people freedom from driving adds to our sustainability and our ability to pay for other things, such as insurance. And we don't support extending the time frame to deliver the rest of the bike network. It's disappointing to see that being tabled. And just to re-emphasise again, last time I checked, we are still in a climate emergency. Most responses to emergencies do not typically manifest in a time frame measured in decades. So slowing the cycling network rollout is inconsistent with your other mitigation efforts. We don't have time, and we need to get it done in the original time frame. We're also sceptical of the change in process. The routes that have been delivered so far are very welcome, but we engaged in good faith, hoping ultimately for better quality overall through the transformational approach. We don't have a lot of that transformational space anymore, so turning back to this hybrid approach, which really means going back to a single phase process, which means all of the tensions that go along with that. And I don't think that anyone really wants to see that kind of tension again. So over and above the changes that have been made and are ongoing, we're keen to hear what else the council is considering to make sure our streets are safe and accommodating people on bikes and encourage further uptake. And we understand, of course, that the political conditions are obstructive, to say the least. Where are more widespread speed reduction efforts? When will we have some effective road user pricing, such as congestion pricing? How might council better recover true costs of private car use instead of folding it into property rates and parking only? What can the council do to help shift the direction of our our successive motor normative governments? Can council help discourage the expansion of big box retail that ensures ongoing car dependency? What are the other strategies? Please don't lose focus of the urgency of getting more people out of cars. Better biking is essential for realising a city for people and a city that is actually attractive for young and talented people who want to live and work here. Ngā mihi. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question, Alex, and I guess it's just to check in, is there sort of an understanding, you think, amongst your members about the way this LTP amendment is triangulated by a withdrawal of government funding for transport projects, a need to cut capital given the LTP amendment, and the presence of government in this process through a Crown Observer?
Yes. So what are we going to do to, spending less on taking longer to do things? It doesn't seem like a logical response to me. It seems like you need to achieve more if you're going to still have less, such as reduced speed limits and rolling out things as fast as you can. I mean, it's a difficult bind you're in. I'm just here expressing that the cycling community is displeased with that. And it's, maybe more of a reflection on the current government than this body.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Good answer, Alex. The challenge here is how to balance and where that would be for you if this council decides to go on 10 years instead of 20, where that funding will be prioritised from some other areas, or are you, some people say sell the airport and invested in some other areas. Are you from that group, or where do you think that money comes? Or how that can be prioritised?
Well, I don't want to do your job for you, but I would just return to the case of how much resilience and affordability and return on investment that better cycling and lowered car dependency affords all of Wellingtonians to afford things like higher levels of investment, higher levels of insurance and other costs. So,
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you for your excellent submission. I'm just wondering about the last sentence in your speech. Do we want people who are not talented and not young? I kind of don't want to get into the bureaucracy kind of talking about, we just want talented people.
I'm just really speaking to the attractiveness of living in Wellington for all people. For everyone, of course, and there's we have such a vibrant, creative set of industries in Wellington. We need to make those kinds of conditions for people that are choosing to where in the world that they might like to take their talents. That's a great place. It's a great way to attract that kind of livability.
No. Very quick one from Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much, Alex. Do you think there's a place for Cycle Wellington to actually provide education for cyclists? I'm getting a lot of feedback about cyclists ignoring red lights and going through intersections, against lights. So, is there any place for you to actually do training for cyclists or even new cyclists?
If Councillor Chung would like to present a proposal to fund us to do that, I think there's possibly a case for that, but I would point you to the programs such as Pedal Ready that already do that for a substantial number of people. So there are programs that already exist to do that. Thank you.
All right, we're out of time. Thank you so much, Alex. We appreciate you coming in to talk to us. Carol, I don't want to mispronounce your name. Comba? Welcome. And you have 5 minutes if you want to have questions as part of that.
Can you hear me? Yes, good. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Carol Comba, tōku ingoa. Thank you for listening today, for your time. A few things on finances. I'd like to talk about the bed tax on Airbnbs. I believe that if the B&B is actually taken out of the rental market to be a B&B, then there should be a levy on that. But I believe if someone has someone staying in their home, like a boarder, then there shouldn't be. Yeah. And rates. I do think the rates, as I hear, they're going to be doubling in the next, say, 5 years. I do think they are becoming really mean, along with insurance costs. And my view is focus very much on the essentials. I'm sure you can cherry pick on cycling projects and things. Don't just do open slather, more of this, that and the other. I think there's a bit of scope to be a bit meaner. Otherwise, it's just going to be ridiculous. Also, I think that council, I don't know if it's reviewing its own staffing, but I think it probably should. There's a lot of things this council does very well. Perhaps we could do it a little less well, but still do it well, but not 100%. And maybe, for instance, offer people to work 4 days a week for a time or something like that, because I think people will often relish those opportunities to do that sort of thing. So that might be an option. Then I want to talk about Papuai Stream, which is local to Mount Cook. Papuai Stream is an open stream. It has native fish in it and kōrau. It's behind Papuai Reserve off the Prince of Wales Park. There's been ongoing work between the council, Wellington Water, Greater Wellington and the Papuai Stream Group to look at mitigating some of the flooding risks when it's high water, when it's big events. So I would like that to still go ahead because they're getting quite close now with their solution. Begonia House, I think it is part of the city. It is a great offering in the Botanic Garden. It has a lot of visitors and a really well-supported volunteer base. So I would not like to see it be killed off. Please keep it alive. I support option C, the do the minimum. Then I want to talk about playground toilets. The City Council has 108 playgrounds. Mostly they are neighbourhood playgrounds, but 25 of them are community playgrounds, which could be like a destination or special equipment that you don't find in normal places. Often people will travel to them. And 14 of those have toilets. Any of you have had or have got children will know there's a time when toilets are quite important for kids going to play areas and things. So I'd like to see, firstly, on the council website where it says the playground name, the location, I'd like to see another column just to say if it's got a toilet or how far away it would be. And also, I'd like to support Kōrau Park toilets being pulled forward a bit on the LTP. I know that the money's been approved, and I know that with the barbecue area is quite popular there, it's even more important to have toilets. And then Pyrie Street, I'd just like to talk about Pyrie Street play area, which is designated as a neighbourhood play area, but it's actually, I think, a community play area because it's got quite good equipment, it's got car parking, and it's the gateway to one of the gateways from Mount Victoria onto the town belt. So it's quite popular. So I think that would be good to see that as a community play area. And eventually, I'd like to see toilets at all of those. Thanks.
Got time for a quick question from Councillor Bennett?
How have you found working with 3 organisations around Papawai, or do you really feel that it's the community that needs to lead on such projects?
Yes, I think I do feel that. It's always very frustrating. The good thing about community is they generally will cut to the chase, whereas they haven't got all this organisational, baggage behind them, which the other bigger organisations have. So yeah, it's been a long haul, but yeah. But the trouble is, the community's never given that mandate to take the lead until we're sort of doing it now. But yeah, thanks.
We're out of time. Thank you so much, Carol. We appreciate you coming in to talk to us today. Thank you. My friends from AAG. And I understand congratulations are in order. You two, you're the exciting new leadership team, is that correct?
Yes.
Our new co-chairs, Olivia Murphy and Renee Patiti. Kia ora kōrua.
I'll try and remember what I can. If I forget something, just...
All right, and you two have 10 minutes, including time for questions, if you'd like. Lovely to see you.
Kia ora koutou, ko Olivia Murphy tōku ingoa. I am one of the co-chairs of the Accessibility Advisory Group. We will be referring to it as AAG. My disability is epilepsy.
Kia ora koutou, ko Renee Patiti tōku ingoa. I'm also one of the co-chairs of AAG, and my disability is total blindness. We would just like to present a quick oral submission to the council. We're mostly neutral on the majority of points of the amendment for the LTP, but there are a few that we just thought it was important to mention. The first being the issue of insurance and investment risks. We understand that the council is under significant debt at the moment, and we understand that they need to be careful about how they invest the money in specific areas. But we would just like to clarify that we would like them to focus on making sure that budgets do not get cut from accessibility and from disability causes, because we believe that that's an area that they quite often forget to, or that is overlooked or is forgotten. I realised I skipped something. I forgot to introduce the group. Sorry, I'll go back and do that now. The Accessibility Advisory Group consists of, I think we're about, how many members are we? Maybe 10 or so. Members with a variety of disabilities, physical, mental, all sorts of different things, invisible or visible ones, including people with family members or children who also have disabilities. So I forgot to mention that earlier. Sorry about that. Going back to the issue I was talking about, point number 1 on investment risk and insurance, I think it's really important. We understand that budgets need to be cut on things, but accessibility needs to be prioritised because it does affect a good chunk of the population of Wellington and those coming to Wellington, and so I believe that we should not have to cut too much of the budget set aside for making the city more accessible, because it's an important cause that can affect everyone, disabled or not. I'll now hand over to Olivia to talk about the bike network.
Thanks, Renee. The AAG has identified option 3, finish what it started, as the preferred option. However, we would like to make quite a few points about the cycle network. So in summary, a lot of us agree that bike lanes are a fantastic way to make a city inaccessible to disabled people. So from some real life anecdotes, every day I use the bus stop outside the Wellington Hospital to collect my daughter from school, and it is a very hairy experience having to disembark into a bike lane. I always tell people, if you go into the hospital, don't take public transport, because you may end up in far worse than what you started off at the hospital. And I'm a sighted person. I have had a few hairy moments and a near miss where I was the last person to disembark a bus and an e-bike came flying and just stopped narrowly in time. There's also been some feedback from our group regarding moving drop-off points at certain shops, which is really hard, particularly for our blind members. There has been a move to reduce access around schools. So my daughter's school, Newtown School, car parks have been removed. This is a great way to drive disabled parents or parents of disabled children out of the city and searching schools further afield. And also just remind you that you may not have a disability at the moment, but a lot of people have temporary disabilities, for example, knee replacement, things like that. And it certainly makes accessing your city quite tricky. I volunteer at Whakamaru and I come across people of all different abilities, and I was saddened to see a walking group said they can no longer access the Botanic Gardens. And you may think, come on, you guys are a walking group, but a lot of people have quite limited mobility, and being able to get drive in a car to access the Botanic Gardens is what they need to be able to meet. And it's really important for our mental health if we all meet together and not have to stay at home because we can't access our beautiful city facilities. So that was something our group wanted to say. We do have some questions. We had some of our group wanted to know whether disabled people can use bike paths using wheeled mobility devices, and are there design standards that ensure blind people will not accidentally walk onto bike lanes? And we're happy to take our answer in the future. I just wanted to touch on City Streets projects because one of the reasons I joined AAG was because of my disability. I'm a walker, and being a working mum, I leave the house at 6 a.m. And walk through from Newtown to wherever I'm working, and it can be pretty dicey at times, particularly around August when there are pretty much no women around. So things that make me feel a lot safer are increased lighting, community patrols. I've reached the age where I had a really bad incident last year where I was just walking through Manners Mall, and it was probably about 6:30 in the morning, and about 3 men surrounded me asking me for money, and thank God, I was able to scream, but I and managed to scare them off. But we do have some non-verbal members, and so I did think, what would they do in that situation? And so now at the age of 40 years old, I have to message my family every time at day I get to work to let them know I've got there alive. That's not really the city I want to live in, and so I think I applaud you when designing streets in the future. Please think of those who are not biking but also walking. And was there anything else we wanted to add, Renee?
I just wanted to mention, I'm not sure whether this is to do with streets, but also making sure our footpaths are safe. There are a lot of people who are blind or who are deaf or who have other disabilities who need to be able to walk along safe streets. We need to not have things in the way, not have e-scooters, signs or waste in the way. Just make sure that we have a place that is safe and accessible to all of us to be able to walk through this beautiful city, because I've been born and raised here in Wellington, and I think it's an amazing city. We should all have the equal right to experience. Accessibility is a human right, and we are no different to anyone else, any other people in the Wellington population, so we should all have equal access to those city streets, whether we're biking or walking or however we're getting around. Thank you.
All right, we do have lots of questions. We won't get to them all. I had myself first on the list, and just wanted to check with the conversation you had about the bike lanes. Did you have get into some of the nuances? For example, disabled bike riders, the fact that when we've been installing bike lanes, we've introduced more mobility parks, and that also a lot of this work has been involving bus lanes as well. Was that part of the conversation?
We did touch on that. One of our members mentioned that one of the mobility parks in Island Bay has got moved by the council, and now he has to try and collect his child who uses a wheelchair out of the car now onto a slope surface. So even if we do have, the council is creating mobility parks, often they're creating them on surfaces which can be pretty scary for parents to be able to get their children out of the car. So I also applaud you, if you, even with replacing with mobility parks, please make sure they're actually accessible to use.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, thank you for your insights of your side of the city. I was interested in terms of the need to provide pervasive access for disabled people for public transport and possibly also cars. Regional council's got a policy of removing bus stops and consolidating them. to speed up the buses, and places like, for example, outside the St James Theatre on the Golden Mile as part of that. You don't think that's a good idea because you need shorter access, is that right?
I think making access a lot easier is great. There was also been some, it may not be within WCC's remit, but the buses aren't, that while they are having voice operations, often they aren't working, or a lot of people have given feedback that when the bus is actually quite full, which you can imagine happens often, the sound drowns out. So anything that can make the, and definitely having bus stops that are close to each other definitely makes things more accessible. But also, if you do introduce features, please test them on a realistic working conditions, so not just an empty bus.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Free.
Yes, Renee, I think it is. I'm just interested in your experience in catching buses. We mentioned the stop by the hospital, but just generally, how are you finding using our bus system?
I think you actually mean Olivia.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Olivia.
Sorry, myself?
No, I actually didn't mean Renee.
Sorry, you do mean Renee?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Olivia was sorry, I got confused because Olivia's the one that mentioned busing to the hospital.
Yes.
My experience with the buses, yes, absolutely. On a full bus, it is very difficult to hear the announcements. I'm not confident taking a lot of buses around Wellington because I don't know if the announcements are going to be audible or even on. It would be great to make sure that the announcements are working, because I have been in experiences where the bus driver has forgotten to tell me to get off at a stop, and being able to count the stops is not always a viable option because the bus doesn't always stop at every stop. So anything that can make the buses more accessible would be great, because it would increase the independence of so many people. And I understand that blindness is a low incidence disability, but there are plenty of other people with different types of disabilities or access needs for whom the announcements would be beneficial. People who are dyslexic, people with English as a second language, tourists, elderly people, all sorts. And so I think that's why I think that accessibility features like these should be implemented, because they impact everyone, not just the disabled community, but everyone else who may not identify as being disabled, because access really, can impact everyone, whatever features you implement.
I'm sorry, we're out of time. Thank you so much, Olivia.
Thank you, everyone, and shout out to Sophie from Democracy Services, who has made this process very easy for us.
Yay, that's great. Big ups to Sophie. All right, and while we're on the advisory groups, we've got Wakina here from the Ethnic Communities Advisory Group.
My bag behind. Here's your bag. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to come this side. We'll come on this side. Yeah, that's all good.
Excuse me.
All right, and you have 10 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
Just getting up with winter colds. I was about to say good morning, but hey, it's a pleasure to be back in front of everyone, and I acknowledge it's a busy day you guys must be having. So it's a lot. Home straight, no more airport chat soon, hopefully. As the Ethnic Community Advisory Group, we stand before you today not merely as advocates, but as guardians of voices and whispers in the shadow of inequality that is Wellington. Our city's heartbeat sums the rhythm of cultures woven together by tapestry that is Wellington, yet for too long our communities have been muffed by barriers of language, time and access. So that'll be the theme I'll be talking about throughout today, is actually the lack of acknowledgement of our ethnic communities within the budgets. And so in that, I'll touch on the Ethnic Community Advisory Group and where we've moved to, because I feel like this is a huge arm of you guys that is there to make you guys look good. Essentially, we advise you on what's happening and give you a litmus test on what's happening, which you can utilize. Out of that, we'll talk on why our voice matters, which was the view that we went into submitting this document, and it was anchored in the view of water for all and champagne for some. The Ethnic Advisory Group. So this has been I got elected as chair, and the first thing I did was just take the rug off underneath it, because the system that was currently there served a small group of people, and we didn't have a lot of input on what was being done, rather we were being talked to. So we redefined our purpose, and it was the Ethnic Community Advisory Group exists to bridge the gap between Wellington's ethnic communities and the Wellington City Council. Our purpose is to ensure the voices, experiences, and needs of these communities shape council decisions, fostering an inclusive, thriving city where everyone feels heard and valued. And then you can obviously understand the significance of us doing a submission on both amendment options and the annual plan. We'll touch on the long-term. We'll focus on the two critical documents: the long-term plan and the annual plan. The long-term amendment and then the annual plan. We'll briefly go over the airport ones because I am so over talking about airport. I can imagine trying to explain this to the communities was just as difficult. But I'll go over why we've chosen what we've chosen. But I would like to focus more on the annual plan and the lack of representation that goes throughout it. Essentially, we cannot build a thriving city by prioritizing luxury projects over the basic needs of our residents. When we started this, the letter I sent to the ethnic community or the other members is something I'd like to read for you guys. So I was like, as we get together to complete this is the motion we should go. As members of the Ethnic Communities Advisory Group, we approach this consultation with a profound sense of responsibility and urgency. The consultation document presents a pivotal opportunity for us as the inaugural Ethnic Communities Advisory Group of Wellington City Council to shape the future of our beloved city. These proposals are not merely technical adjustments, they're decisions that will fundamentally reshape service delivery, resource allocation, and the city's response to growth. For us as Ethnic Community Advisory Group members, engaging in this process is an act of cultural stewardship, a commitment to ensuring our community's voices are heard. We represent Wellington's diverse ethnic communities who form a significant and vital part of our city's population. Our communities contribute richly to Wellington's culture and economic fibre, yet face unique challenges. By submitting this response, we aim to amplify the voices of the silent majority who may not be aware of the sweeping changes taking place. Our submission is not a request for special attention, but a means to ensure our community's perspectives are included in the conversation. The decision being made will impact the long-term affordability and accessibility of essential services. If we do not raise these concerns, the perspectives of our communities are at risk of being overlooked in favour of more dominant voices. I think that's something you would have heard today. Many in our communities lack the time, access, and technical literacy to fully engage with the council consultation. This is not a failing of our communities, but a systemic barrier to participation. Our role is to bridge this gap, ensuring decision makers hear the realities of our communities. I urge you to engage with this process strategically, critically, and with a collective commitment to advocating for a fairer, more inclusive Wellington. This document provides clarity on the consultation document to the best of my ability to help us formulate our response. We're ready to work as we need to. So this is what we set out with the goal. And within the advisory group, we've got leaders within each branch. And so we sprung out trying to gauge this our communities. And I think I don't need to preach to the choir on how difficult that was. It was really, really hard for them to take the time away, get aware of what's happening, and then make a judgment on it. Okay, I'll get into airport. We, as the Ethnic Communities Group, voted for option 2A, create a medium debt headroom and a medium investment fund. We acknowledge the Council's financial challenges regarding underinsurance and investment diversification. However, we're deeply concerned about the potential impact of the proposed solution of our communities if all of the shares are sold. This option balances financial prudence with community well-being, ensuring that our city remains resilient with commuting. The key areas that came up throughout was slight loss of public oversight. So there was a worry that if all shares were sold, that Wellington City Council loses its seat at the table to control Wellington City Dance, which was actually, this was surprising for our findings. A lot of people are aware about the airport sales, and it feels like this is the only thing they know about the long-term plan and everything that goes out. And that is a comment to how the council has, I don't know, just everything is dependent on this airport sale, which it just isn't. I mean, the value that we get from selling it was around 600 million. I think you guys could check it today. And everything's dependent on this thing. I'm just like, no, it's the massive projects that Wellington's got going on that the rates are going up. You've got the Golden Mile to the City Council, these massive, massive works going on. And so they that was one of the things. Uncertainty about who buys in. So they're worried that if we did sell, who's going to buy in and what are the intentions. Yeah, that was the major one. Okay, the annual plan. This one was where we got a lot of talk back on it. The struggle of our communities. We held polls and reviews to understand. So with the annual plan, we say, actually, what's your problem? Rather than being specific, we asked them, what are your issues? How can we help? And that allowed them to speak on what they wanted to. And without a question, So everything is rising, rates, fees, inflation, while wages are stagnant. Large projects loom, but our communities ask, why should we take out a mortgage, this is a quote, just to bus into town? And I thought that was such an encapsulating issue of their pain point is, how do I get into town? And my bus costs me $10. And I'm like, oh my God, that's such a valid solution. You're like, hey, but we've got a golden mile for you. They're like, no, all I want is cheaper public transport, which is such a simple ask. And what it is creating is this backlash against cyclists, which I've found is, again, an undertone, because they feel like they're getting the sum of what they should be getting. So it was more, why them, why not us? As in the majority of huge population of Wellington uses public transport, yet it costs $10 and there's priority to cycle lanes. So that was the one that came out, which again surprised me. I'll conclude with talking about our recommendations. Was reduce public transport costs. I know that's a whole battle with Greater Wellington, but you own the roads, all that jazz. Just do something to reduce the price. I think that's such a clear focus that achieves a bigger majority. And the rate system, I think, was just too big to go into, but they're just like, how do we slightly increase it with everything such as water being removed from it, but the rate's still going up? I'm going to just leave it there. Sorry, I'm a bit, my head's aching, so I'll quickly leave there if there's any question.
Yes, you have a question from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Yes, it's a lot there. How can the council engage better to seek feedback from the ethnic communities? Because when I came to that session that we had, even just basic words which I just understood were misunderstood, you know, by people perhaps with English not as the first language. So how can we improve how we share this information?
Okay, awesome. I think that's an issue that's been from the start of time, and we talk about this through our communities and how we empower them and the need for. I said what you could do budget-wise is the prioritization of language opportunities and teaching language. As in the African Community Council, that is one of the biggest priorities. Once you speak the language, there's a degree of assimilation that's needed regardless of where you go. So how do you prioritize them learning the language? That's how I'll do it budget-wise, but getting them to turn up is, I don't know, that's a whole nother.
Councillor Chung.
Yep, great. Thanks very much. My question is also similar to Councillor Calvert's. On Saturday, we had a session put on by the Ministry
quick one, Ray.
about how we actually reach the ethnic communities. Now, we had about 80 people there, but from all different groups.
Councillor Chung, could you please make your question quick?
How do they actually connect with the ethnic advisory group?
Cool. I'll answer that question purely. Meet them where they are. I think so often we go, hey, come here, come do this thing out of the way. Meet them where they are. Go to their religious compounds. Provide a value. Solve a problem, and they'll turn up. And as a byproduct, you have a chance to engage with them rather than get out of your one free day you have and come talk to me about something that's solve a problem that is there, and then they'll come, and then you can, if you want to. I think if the intention and desire is there, you'll find a way. But solving a problem and then as a byproduct connecting with them is the way you get it. And with ethnic advisory group is some oversight. So being in decision-making positions. Kia ora.
Thank you, Akina, and thanks for the time that your group members put into doing your submission. Thank you so much.
Have a great day.
All right, our lucky last before lunch, Steve Cosgrove, and I believe you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
I do indeed have 5 minutes, thank you. I want to refer back basically I'm continuing the oral submission I started in the last long-term plan round. It was a few months back, but I'm sure you all remember it. It was apparently you'd heard 58 hours of submissions before me, so I didn't make it too heavy. And this graphic I've given you was the theme that I had then. Tim Bennett actually this morning said the same thing as on there. We need to make a city where rangatahi want to live. Thank you, Councillor Calvert, for your question just then. It's just such a major issue. I don't know if any of you went to the most recent Vision for Wellington event, but I was in there and these people kept saying council should do this and the council should do that, and I kept saying, well, actually, the council is doing that, but there's a communications issue here somewhere. So we need to work on that. It's very hard. Just last week, there were 2 articles in the Post which are relevant to my theme I've given you up there. One said the future costs of the city are going to be too high, and the other said that high-performing students are leaving the country. And these are relevant because we need to keep rangatahi in the city if we want to meet those future costs. This talk of zero rates rises has me really scared, because if you have zero rates rises now, there's going to be much, much higher rates rises in the future. That seems very, very short-sighted. And we need to find things that will do that. The majority of submitters to the council don't reflect the perspective of those we're relying on to pay rates, and increasingly through their rents, which is another whole issue. We need to keep those people, we need to keep rangatahi in the city. How can you do this? I would suggest that the completion of Pānaki Puniki and a 21st century Golden Mile are two of the things that you can do that will increase the number of customers in the city, people spending money in the city. Cars don't spend money, people do. And those two projects are examples of things that will continue to increase the vibrancy, increase the wealth of the city, because you'll have people with a disposable income who are able to get around the city, who feel pleasant in there. You've heard that already today. We want people spaces, but as long as you allocate X amount of space for one person driving a car, then you have a problem. There was a suggestion earlier today, actually, but I've seen it other places, of course, to suggest Pānaki Puniki over 20 years. I suggest that in 20 years, there may not be enough people living in the city to provide money to give us a choice to do anything. If we keep making it a place that suits those of us who do the majority of us who do submissions here, who have the big E word, who are able to have the time to be here. It's a privilege I have, but the majority of people in here are my age, and we're not the ones who are going to be paying for the city in 20 years' time. So that's it. We need to think about rangatahi.
All right, quick question from Councillor Bennett.
Do you see AI as a threat? Are we going to need so many people?
The AI is an enabler for the economy if it's used correctly. But at the moment, the big threat to New Zealand is that our education funding is pitifully low. I could talk more about that lunchtime if you're interested. And so the use of AI is a very important thing if you know how to use it. And it's an enabler of growth. It's not a threat if it's used properly.
Quick question from Councillor Abdurrahman.
Steve, from your submission, or at least here I see you will be speaking on Charara Park as well. What is that? Can you just tell us?
Oh, yeah, I think you guys all know my views on Kōrau Park and cycleways, so I avoided them. But yes, in the last, thank you for asking. I noticed on the Saturday after Anzac Day, 3 kids were celebrating birthday parties in Kōrau Park. And this is after it started to get cold. There's not that much sun there anymore, but still, yesterday there were about 60-odd people there, which actually really did surprise me. It's also a random scooter parked in the corner, but never mind. And so the park is really, really popular. It's increasingly popular, and I do thoroughly support the New Zealand Residents Association and others with bringing forward those toilets. They are desperately needed.
Thank you, Steve, and we always appreciate you taking the time to come and speak to us. Councillors, we need to break now. We need to be back here at 2 p.m. I am sorry to
our afternoon submissions. So, Liz Calli, can you please come up? And you have 5 minutes.
Oi tōku ingoa. I wanted to come and speak to you today about the annual plan. I note you've reconsidered the decision to demolish the Begonia House, and I would like to ask you to do the same for the City to Sea Bridge. I'm also begging you to revisit your plans for Tinako and make it a truly civic public space. I came to speak to you last November, and I'm returning to do so in the hope that this time you will listen and make different decisions. Central Wellington is a place I live, I work, walk my dog, socialise and hang out. It matters to me to live in a city that has a real beating heart. In last week's High Court hearing, the case was laid out that the consensus of engineering experts' views that the safety of the bridge and what should be done with it has evolved. It seems to just not be true to say anymore that the bridge must come down because it's a public safety hazard and we can't afford to fix it. It now appears to be pretty much fine as it is, although obviously we're waiting to see what the judge says. In this case, please do not add to the landfills further by demolishing and dumping it. There's every reason to believe the future citizens of Wellington will thank you for preserving it and even restoring it to its former glory. Here's what I think you'll be offering back to Wellingtonians if you do reverse your demolition decision, in addition to saving us the cost of demolition and making good. It isn't just a mechanism to cross a busy road, though it is that. It's also so much more. It's a series of artworks which succeed because they were specifically designed for this site, offered by notable artists and architects, both women and men, Māori and Pākehā. It represents some of the Māori legends of this place. It's a tiny park in its own right, providing space to walk, sit and lie. And actually, just last week, a young couple of apartment dwellers told me, when I was on the bridge, told me they come to the grassy area on the bridge every day as they have no sunshine in their flat. So it really matters to them. They're design students at the fashion design students at Victoria University. What use is it? The bridge is so much more than a bridge. Please do not just reduce it to a pedestrian crossing. It breaks down the barrier between the city and sea. It invites the pedestrian across. For me, as an apartment dweller, in many ways the city is my living room, just like those young apartment dwellers as well, and it's my favourite armchair in the living room. My sons visited from Auckland over Easter. They can't believe you're going to demolish this bridge, which they are so fond of, and let it just be another pedestrian crossing across a busy road, the Quays. Both of them took time to walk the dog up there and sit for a bit quietly, taking in the beautiful harbour view that is uniquely available from that spot. Please make sure it is still there for them to enjoy next time they come down to visit me. I invite you to step back and think about what citizens need from this and other parts of Tinako in the wider city. A city as small as ours really does resemble a living room for many of its inhabitants. In a living room, we often have photos and objects from the past, from our ancestors. At my home, I've got a few old teacups and my granddad's armchair. In a city, physical structures, buildings and sculptures do this for us. These are important visual cues that help us locate ourselves in this moment in history. We can see and touch these objects just as our ancestors once did, whether they were people we liked or hated or both. Even stuff that not everybody loves is still part of our past, whether we like it or not. You are the custodians of the old and new things in our city living room. Please reconsider what you're contemplating destroying on our behalf. I'd like to leave you with a quote from an internationally renowned urban designer who provided advice to Wellington in the past. The bridge as a public space has a rich array of uses for people that I've already just mentioned. This is exactly the sort of thing that Jan Gale rightly points out helps get more life and liveliness in a city, because there's lots of things you can do in the space. A pedestrian crossing will never do that. I, for one, want more life in this city, not less. Please do not deprive us of this bridge. Thank you.
Thank you. So next up we have, Next up we have Ken Drayton. You have 5 minutes, Ken.
Push there. Is that working? Yep. Kia koutou. First, I want to support completion of the Kōrau Event Centre, a great example of community-led progress. Now turning to the short-term rental policy. To quote a councillor from a recent media post who was talking about the current policy as stupid, unwieldy and unworkable, and what is really apparent is that the details of the policy are not clear. I couldn't agree more. However, the proposed policy fails to improve the situation on multiple fronts. It doesn't define how the 100k budget is calculated, for how many years is to be provided, or what happens when the amount is exceeded or runs out. That's a critical gap. What issue is it trying to address? Over the 7 years to 2023, Wellington has welcomed 11 new hotels, adding 1,174 rooms, mostly from international hotel chains that already operate in markets with active short-term rental operators. In 2024, 6 applications for consents for new hotel-motel developments were lodged, so the draft policy is not addressing competition from existing providers. Trade Me recently stated that rental supply is up 44% year on year. Unlike previous years where demand outstripped supply, the balance has shifted. There are still plenty of rentals available, so blaming short-term rentals for rental shortages doesn't align with current data. In developing the policy framework, let's stop using cities like Lisbon and San Francisco as comparisons. Lisbon has 1 resident for 16,200 visitors. San Francisco, 1 resident for every 29 visitors. Wellington, just 1 visitor for every 1.4 residents. We're simply not in the same league demographically, geographically, or economically. Also, I urge you to read the 2024 Infometrics report. It paints the current evidence-based picture of the New Zealand housing and tourism landscape, unlike the outdated and irrelevant international reports that this policy seems to rely on. Let's look at the cost-benefit side. The policy claims that converting short-term rentals to commercial rates will reduce rates for other commercial operators. But based on Rotorua's experience, that saving could be less than $120 annually per commercial ratepayer, barely worth a headline or a visit to the bank manager. And the Council's own documents state that despite active monitoring, we will not be able to identify a large number of providers that should be paying commercial rates. So you're about to spend possibly $500k implementing a policy you already acknowledge will fail. Money that could fill potholes, fix leaks, or support projects with real returns. This is a Clayton's policy, a policy in name only. Again, I quote the councillor from his media post. When we're setting policy as council, we want stuff that's fit for the future, not just reactive to current conditions. This policy does neither. It's a reactive band-aid with no strategic direction. This proposal should be rejected. What we need is a fair, sensible and evidence-based policy developed with the short-term rental sector, not against it. We have the time to do this now. And let me repeat points made from my March 18th presentation. This policy doesn't penalise Airbnb. It penalises Wellington residents. Airbnb earns commission. That's it, just like Uber or Ticketek. And the government still collects GST. Visitors just go elsewhere in the country because Wellington feels unwelcoming. In that case, we lose tourism, revenue and goodwill. A lose-lose. The greatest proportion of the guests' accommodation charges goes to the local hosts and then through them to the local economy. Are we trying to bring money into Wellington or not? Let's talk numbers. A single Airbnb unit would need to earn an extra $7,500 per guest annually to cover increased rates, assuming 100% occupancy. By comparison, backpackers, hotels and motels would need between $417 and $2,036 per guest at 100% occupancy. That's not sustainable or fair. If we follow the so-called efficiency of land use logic to its conclusion, we'd end up raising character suburbs and filling them with skyscrapers, leaving the rest of the city for green space and sports field. I doubt many Lambton or RO Valley residents are signing up for this vision, much less the other wards that will be green fields. We have to be smart. As Graham Alcott said, great decisions making comes from creating the time and space to think rationally and intelligently about the issue at hand. And as Simon Sinek reminds us, pure pragmatism cannot imagine a bold future, pure idealism cannot get anything done, but when the two cooperate, magic happens. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ken. Next up we have Rob Hayes. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the democracy process of offering or hearing on the water services delivery plan. I probably have 2 points to talk about. The first one is quite important to me as someone who currently rents, in that the current programme where it's delivered through rates means that the cost of water is pushed onto landlords and taken up in the cost of tenancies and the rents. With a change in system to a separately metered and separately billed system, that will obviously disproportionately affect people who rent, who generally sit on the, I guess, lower socioeconomical point of view, and will be more disproportionately affected by those costs going to them directly. I'd sort of like to understand in any change of system how that can be mitigated against. From my understanding and experience of being in places overseas where it's separately metered, water can be a significant cost that, in addition to your other outgoings and can stretch your finances quite thin. The other point is how it was noted in the sort of the submission or the proposal for the different mechanisms that all three options would obviously increase an increase in cost, noting that the difference in cost between the sort of separate system and the current status quo was only a couple of percent. And considering that with every system where you separate off a organisation, there's the risk of it a later government deciding to privatise it, even with respect to any sort of mechanisms that are put in place, because obviously a present government can't bind a future government. How that long term, and we're talking 10, 15, 20 years, the two mechanisms will potentially even out or look at what's better value, whether the status quo system, even though it's initially a higher cost, might be lesser than a devolved system, which then gets privatised and then is profit driven, and the costs go up substantially over sort of a 10, 15, 20-year programme. Those are the sort of 2 points I guess I wanted to bring to the table for consideration, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? We've still got 2 minutes to go. Yes, we do. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I was just thinking with some of the other countries that did switch to metered water, there were kind of things for renters put in place. Like in Queensland, they talked about efficient use of water in rental properties. Do you think there's anything that we should be looking at in particular or advocating for as renters do start to pay through user charges?
The point, having lived previously in Queensland, I am aware of the system that's in place there. The big problem with those systems is they are often gamed. The landlords will comply with the minimum regulations, whether that actually saves water. In my experience, particularly with the shower limiters, most modern showers do generally comply, and what it often led to was a a shower that wasn't really fit for purpose. Whether that really saved a lot of water is debatable. I think there may be mechanisms in place, but I think it would be better to look at it more as whether that can be, limited to a percentage of rental. I think having a system in place where it affects how the user gets billed is subject to sort of being able to be gamed and influenced. It doesn't always work very well in my experience.
Cool. That's really useful. Thank you.
Quick one from Councillor Bennett.
Do you feel that you'll get lost in a large entity that doesn't have any democratic representation?
I do think that as renters, we do have we're a very large subset, and because obviously the challenge with not having direct representation because we don't pay council rates does mean that we probably aren't as influential as ratepayers, and that does, I think, disproportionately affect us. And I think the challenge is that we're very cost sensitive, and any sort of additional mechanisms in place and devolved systems which might give support probably are going to, the cost of administrating them are going to be higher than the benefits realised.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up we have Julie Wilson. And you have 10 minutes. Councillor Bennett, you have a question, or you want to be on the list already? Okay.
Kia ora, I'm Julie, the volunteer Airbnb host community leader for the Lower North Island. I help host, connect and share local insights with the hundreds of Wellingtonians that have taken up Airbnb. I'm here today because the proposed commercial rates policy threatens both Wellington's visitor economy and the well-being of its people. Wellington is hurting. This policy risks worsening the situation for Wellingtonians relying on Airbnb. It reduces flexible accommodation for visitors and sends a message that Wellington is closed to tourists, workers and families. A few weeks ago, 50 local hosts met with 5 councillors in Johnsonville. We heard powerful stories. A widower in his late 70s forced back to work, a single mum who moves in with her mother while she Airbnbs her house to cover her bills. She's calculated she'd need to vacate her home for 7 months a year just to cover commercial rates. I heard from a 70-year-old still working as a civil servant whose income is swallowed up by his rates and mortgage, so he relies on Airbnb income to pay for power and food. Most hosts are women or older people, small-scale operators relying on Airbnb, often as a lifeline. The financial strain from this proposal is harming their mental health, causing stress, instability and fear. As community leader, I've been flooded with calls from older residents, young families and single parents. For many, this income is essential, not surplus. Losing it would destabilise their financial plans. You can't build a city's future by cutting off the income streams that help people hold on. Some councillors here have said Airbnb is a commercial operation, so it should pay commercial rates. These are homes already rated residential. Airbnb doesn't add bedrooms or change their use, and many are only used occasionally. Residential rates already cover their impact, so this policy isn't a fairer slice of the pie. Another comment was, if Airbnb filled a genuine accommodation gap, visitor numbers would have spiked. But that assumes all Airbnb guests are tourists, and that's simply not true. Your visitor statistics don't often cover many of the visitors we host. We've hosted a Wairapa whānau here for a medical treatment, tradespeople on infrastructure projects, I've got some of them at my place at the moment, families relocating, and women's refuge clients. A school team without the $15,000 hotel budget, a shop fitting crew needing secure parking, and health professionals needing a base. These aren't tourists, they're workers, residents and whānau. Wellington has always welcomed visitors, and this policy slams the door in their face. You've also heard that every Airbnb is one less home for long-term rent. We agree housing matters, But many Airbnb guests are locals in transition, people moving, renovating or navigating job transitions, people needing short stays, longer than a hotel stay, but not a year-long lease. When someone Airbnbs out their house while away or after a redundancy, that option can save them from losing their home. Some members of the council have spread a false narrative that Airbnb causes the housing crisis. It doesn't. Short-term rentals have minimal impact on rental supply, as shown in the 2024 Wellington Infometrics report, a report specifically for Wellington. The true causes: high mortgage rates, zoning constraints, construction costs and population growth, not Airbnb. When big events come to Wellington, Airbnb hosts step up, benefiting local businesses, shops, restaurants and the economy. These events aren't just awarded on location, but on a city's ability to host events. This policy would reduce Wellington's accommodation supply, risking future events and the economic boost they bring. Wellington hotels can't meet surge demand alone. Airbnb provides economical and versatile options for groups, helping fill the gap and keep prices in check, supporting the Wellington economy. Airbnb uses existing assets to deliver adaptable, sustainable capacity without the need for new development. Hotels, often offshore-owned, aim to keep guests spending their money within the hotel. Airbnb hosts promote a live local, support local ethos, guiding guests to neighbourhood cafes, shops and experiences that keeps money circulating in Wellington, not offshore. The economic ripple effect is real and valuable. This policy is damaging the welfare and well-being of Wellingtonian hosts in favour of large corporate offshore hotel chains. This isn't just about heads on beds. This is about access, inclusion and keeping Wellington open. Wellington needs guests to come and to stay a while. In 2022, Oxford Economics found Airbnb guests spent $194 million in Wellington, supporting 1,000 jobs here and contributing $152 million to GDP. But this isn't just about revenue, it's about having space for people who need to be here. This policy proposes charging commercial rates for homes available just 60 nights a year that may only be booked for a week. A property used for Airbnb for just a few weekends a year could face the same rating as a hotel operating 365 days. That's disproportionate and unjustified. Hosts already pay their way through income tax, GST and higher insurance premiums. Add commercial rates and it's simply not viable. Council have looked to overseas and seem to be in a rush to copy big city Airbnb crackdowns aimed at managing mass tourism. Councillors have quoted New York as a model when pushing this policy, but they haven't given us an update on its impact. Here's the update. Since Local Law 18 came into force on 5th of September 2023, Airbnb listings dropped by 83%. Rents on long-term rentals continued to rise 6.4% and hotel prices rose 7.4%. The unintended consequences? Well, everyday travellers are being priced out, billions in visitor spending have been lost, and small businesses are struggling. Even the former New York mayor admitted there was no solid data linking Airbnb to the housing crisis. The result, hotels win, but the city loses. Less choice, higher prices, and no housing gains. Let's not repeat a failed experiment. Wellington City Council proposed policy is a poor fit for Wellington. Wellington is nothing like the overcrowded cities like New York or Barcelona. Wellington is also nothing like New Zealand's equivalent, Queenstown or Rotorua. Wellington is a small, under-visited capital with a completely different visitor profile. Wellington only sees a trickle of tourists. It's far from a thriving visitor hub. We're a commuter city, home to government departments, national organisations, creative industries and corporates. Many of Wellington's visitors are here for work contracts, government projects, medical care or family commitments. These visitors might need a week or two or a few days each week on an ongoing basis. Hotels are often pricey or unsuitable. Short-term rentals fill that gap with flexible, affordable options better suited to families, relocators and professionals. Many of these homes are still used by their Wellingtonian owners. Some hosts work away for part of the week or year, and Airbnb helps them keep their home rather than sell and abandon Wellington. Without Airbnb, these homes would remain vacant and Wellington would lose their economic value. Applying resort town policies to a commuter city like Wellington is misguided and risky. We don't have the same pressures as over-touristed destinations. Instead, we have a steady flow of guests whose presence supports our economy, not just the CBD, but suburbs, small businesses and local service providers throughout the region. We need every visitor we can get. Meanwhile, we're seeing redundancies, people leaving Wellington, homes sitting unsold and unrented. Airbnb is helping to soften those impacts for both hosts and visitors. Wellington is losing its buzz, and other cities, some with new event centres and stadiums, are ready to take our events. We have a fragile visitor economy, and we're seen as a Tier 2 destination. Tourists are choosing to spend their money elsewhere. Don't make it harder for us to attract visitors. Have councillors considered the cost of enforcing this policy, monitoring 60-night limits, reassessing rates, handling appeals and chasing overdue payments? The costs may outweigh any revenue. Please don't rush this. Conduct an economic impact study, engage with tourism, events and hospitality sectors, understand the true needs of your local hosts and visitors. A tiered approach won't work if costs still outweigh Airbnb income. This is about livelihood, stability and community resilience. This policy will hurt Wellingtonians and our visitor economy. It will make Wellington more expensive, less vibrant and harder to live in. Hosts want to collaborate with the council to find fair, practical solutions that reflect Wellington's reality. As over 1,000 hosts, voters and constituents in Wellington, we play a key role in supporting the local economy and community. Our voices and needs should be considered in any decision that affects our future. Councillors, please take the time to understand not just what Wellington stands to lose, but what it needs to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. That was very succinct and with 5 seconds to go.
Yeah.
I don't think we have any time for any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll move on to Emma Reid, who has a 4-minute presentation, and then she within her 5 minutes.
Yes, look, I'm lost for words, and I just really believe in what I provide, and there's a need for it, and I just think it's a real shame that this proposal was on the table. Especially, and I also want to pass on my condolences to hear of your loss in the council, and I wonder if those whānau, are coming to Wellington to grieve together, whether they will be able to find suitable accommodation, affordable accommodation.
I'm sorry, we'll leave those comments.
Okay. Anyway, if you go ahead with the video.
The video.
But that's the reality. Kia ora. I'm Emma Reid, and I run 2 little Airbnb cottages in the Aro Valley of Wellington. Look, I understand that the council, Wellington City Council, are proposing to charge small players like me the blanket commercial rate of times 3.7 the residential rate. And that's just not viable. And I would just have to close down. I understand the council are offering like a payment plan, but I don't even have that money to pay it, whatever payment plan that might be. So I really, really believe that I'll lose my income, my small income. Visitors will lose out. They won't find affordable accommodation in Wellington or to celebrate as a family or a group. Wellington loses out because those visitors won't be here and won't be spending precious dollars in our city. And the Wellington City Council will lose out because they're not going to receive the commercial rates they're expecting from small players like myself. I really believe that the City Council needs to go back to the drawing board. They need to do some more homework and actually understand what the impact might be. Looking at what other councils have done, looking at what other councils haven't done in regards to short-term rentals, and looking at the impact of those places that have introduced this commercial rate or whatever they've done to stop short-term rentals. I really believe that there is a better way, a better win-win-win situation, and not completely throw the baby out with the bathwater. our city's in trouble. We need to be recovering, not shutting down small businesses. I feel like I'm an ambassador to Wellington in my small way. It's an opportunity for people to enjoy our city for a longer term than a couple of nights in a hotel, because I have a lot of people who come from overseas and from out of town who are digital nomads. They've got a working visa. It's also people who are renovating, so they need somewhere with their families to stay. I've got artists, coming to run plays. They come as a group because it's affordable. Likewise, groups of musicians doing events in Wellington. I just ask that the council relooks at this and not make it this rating so high and so blunt that you shut down short-term rentals across Wellington, and the money will go to Lower Hutt or Pororua City Council. Look, I don't know. I'm not an economist. It just doesn't make sense to me, this blunt fee that the City Council are imposing. Perhaps a fairer way would be like a night tax, that's proportional to the number of nights booked. Not this sort of confusing proposal of, if you're a short-term rental, less than 28 days and more than 60 days. Because, I could advertise for 60 days on a platform like Airbnb and only have one booking. And if they, and be slammed with a $40,000 bill. So there's just too many unknowns. So, look, thank you for listening, and I do really hope that the City Council relooks at this and finds a better solution, because to shut short-term rental in Wellington, I just think is a wasted opportunity when we should be working in recovery, not shutting down small businesses.
Cool. Thank you, Emma.
When I started drinking warm water.
Next up, we have Carolyn Adams, who will talk about short-term accommodation.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you. It's greatly valued, especially at this time of the afternoon when I'm sure everybody's getting tired and it's hard to concentrate. I am addressing you because the proposal to impose a commercial rate on those who provide short-term accommodation would impact me severely, and I believe disproportionately. I've been retired for 12 years, during which time, during my working life, I was able to achieve a freehold home and to make some provision for my retirement. When I retired, the income from the modest lump sum allowed me to pay both my body corporate fees and my rates with ease. I made the assumption, then reasonable, that both would rise by about 3% per annum. Up until COVID, this worked perfectly. Since then, rate increases and insurance expenses have increased by 30% and 300% respectively. At the same time, income from interest and dividends dropped, and with national superannuation, my income is only $32,000. With $12,000 in body corporate fees and nearly $5,000 in rates, even with the help of the rates rebate, I am currently spending nearly 48% of my income on housing, and this for a home I own freehold. This left me in a non-viable position. Selling in this market would not help due to depressed property prices and high transaction costs. I needed to find another source of income. The solution was to swap my car for a small, inexpensive camper van so I can stay away for longer periods, reduce my costs, and rent out my apartment more on Airbnb. In the year to the 30th of March 2025, I let for 90 nights, which turned out to be around $13,000 profit after tax and expenses. That's $13,000. This amount gives me a margin and brings my housing costs to a much more reasonable level. I expect to have to provide this type of accommodation more as rate increases continue to outstrip income. On a commercial rate of around $15,000, housing costs would take over 80% of my income, making continuing providing occasional short-term letting non-viable. Having my house on Airbnb provides me with a still modest income, and it is vital to pay wildly increasing rates and insurance costs. A commercial rate would restrict me to 60 nights. That would be helpful, but insufficient to keep me out of housing stress. I know some councillors are concerned that short-term lets have a negative impact on the housing market, but what income would my little venture have? It is not taking a house out of the long-term rental market. It is not putting pressure on the housing market. On the contrary, it's providing extra central city accommodation at peak times and providing a different option to hotels. It enables less well-heeled people to afford an entire apartment in the central city. As such, it attracts families and ordinary people who would not otherwise be able to afford to be in the central city. They come for work, kids' graduations and sports, family meetups, te papa, te kina, shopping, events, etc. It does not attract the group wanting a serviced hotel, so I am not taking business off them. It does not impact on housing affordability, as this apartment is my home and only available when I am not in it. The alternative is for it not to be available at all. Not every property on Airbnb is a rental house that would alternatively be available for full-time rental. People like myself are doing it for income that is vital to pay for the increased rates and insurance of the city centre. As such, it is helping to avoid putting another group into housing poverty. I recommend, therefore, that the council exempts the group who are providing Airbnb from their own homes from the commercial rate. If you cannot do this, please consider increasing the days let before the commercial rate kicks in to, say, 200 days a year of properties that are actually let. Please do not close off the only way I have to afford to continue living in my home. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. And we'll move to our last speaker of the day, John Swan, for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to address the 2024-25 annual plan as opposed to the long-term plan that I talked about this morning. The resolutions that I'm talking about can be found on pages 51 and 52 of the consultation document. I am here representing Better Wellington, which is an incorporated society representing citizens who have concern about the governance and direction of policy of the Wellington City Council as currently constituted. And I am talking about 74 hectares of land presently owned by the Crown, designated by way of a Cabinet directive to become a reserve. The title will be vested in the Department of Conservation with future management to be undertaken by the Wellington City Council. This cabinet minute has not been revoked. The submissions of the Friends of Miramar Peninsula, which I'm not sure if they've been heard yet, they may be scheduled for Friday, is supported in all respects, but my submission is confined to the land known as the defence land, which is at the top of the peninsula. And we support the words that the Friends have in relation to the future of that land. Content drafted by council officers seeks to predetermine an outcome by the puiwi of this committee and has no basis in fact or law. The defence lands forms part of a formal treaty settlement with the iwi group identified as the Port Nicholson Block Settlement Trust. A specific Act of Parliament was passed to record the treaty settlement. The settlement was concluded on the basis that the defence land would be transferred to the Department of Conservation for a public reserve. It would remain Crown land and accordingly would not trigger any rights of first refusal by any of the parties to the treaty settlement. Option 1 of the proposal, if passed in its present form, would acknowledge the rights of Taranaki Whānui to guardianship over the entire Miramar Peninsula and specifically ownership of the defence land. They have neither right and the Council should not be endorsing the claim that they do. The Cabinet Directive remains unrevoked. The Minister has not made any determination. The process of transfer to DOC is stalled whilst the agency that administers Crown land, that's Land Information New Zealand, has deviated from the directions given in the Cabinet Minute and sought iwi views directly rather than DOC and the Wellington City Council entering into a management agreement with to govern the land going forward. The Wellington City Council would then consult with all interested parties, including Wellington iwi, and in particular the local community. Better Wellington's lobbying ministers to see that the original intention of the Cabinet Minister is preserved. A process is in place and there is no reason for the Wellington City Council to intervene in pursuit of an intention that prefers a particular settlement partner. Better Wellington is also concerned about a conflict of interest between the Pūiwi and Council in this matter. Taranaki Whānui is maintaining a property right and is likely to have that vote recognised, that right recognised by the Wellington City Council. The Pūiwi have a conflict. Better Wellington also notes that all 3 Eastern Ward members are not standing for re-election in October. The Eastern Ward will be electing new members to represent their interests in Council, and this proposal should be canvassed by candidates standing for election within the Eastern Ward. That is the forum that is best suited under these circumstances to gauge public sentiments about the management and participation of the peninsula. The current ward members should not participate in this vote to enable these interests to be preserved. Council and Pūiwi are urged to abandon this proposal or, if put to the vote, choose option 2 on page 52 of the material in front of the Council. To adopt option 1 would be unlawful, pending the approval of a Cabinet to a change in its original direction. Council is being asked to second guess a change to the original intention of the Crown. Lands were settled on the Port Nicholson Block Settlement Trust to satisfy grievances brought to the Crown by those tribes detailed in the Act of Parliament. We should not be preferring one of those tribes when there are other potential claimants. The Shelley Bay saga shows the difficulty of contracting with iwi in general and Taranaki Whānui in particular.
Councillor, I would actually like that to be withdrawn.
Yes. Can you just keep your comments to the submission and not also refer to councillors who may or may not be standing, or whether we can vote on this as by ward or separately?
Yes, I actually seek leave to make a correction to that. I haven't made any formal announcement of my intentions.
Stop the clock, please.
Thank you, Councillor Freed. I'm fully aware of that.
The proposed resolutions were a last-minute addition to the long-term plan consultation document. The resolution description has undergone significant changes that from that recorded at the council meeting that endorsed the material to be consulted upon. The Friends of Miramar Peninsula submissions detail the interests of local groups that have not been provided with detail of the proposal, despite assurances given by councillors. A local body election is scheduled for the Eastern Ward, and each of the elected councils should also refrain from voting.
I'll refer to my previous comments.
The claim by Taranaki Whānau that they are guardians of Tumotu Kairanga, that's the entire Miramar Peninsula, which they regard as an ancestor at Te Puna, has no basis in fact. Councillor, can we invaded the peninsula?
I think
You're being incredibly disrespectful. Can you just
I think
tone it down?
we're deferring from what your submission should be on. So please do not misrepresent people.
Giving some factual information to the council, it is not. It is given as fact.
Well, I don't think
It's not terribly factual, Mr. Swan.
Sorry, Chair. Excuse me, Chair. Can I just interrupt, please, for a second?
Yeah, Councillor
This is a
Randall.
public participant giving their views of the annual plan, and while there may be disagreements in terms of the facts that are presented, I think that's best elucidated by way of questioning of the submitter. So I understand that people are upset with some of the things that are being said, and I agree with some of the things that are upset, but we're not requiring everyone to be factually correct when we do their submissions, otherwise we would
Well, I
not
think
have
other
half of them.
councillors would disagree with you on that point. But we will continue with, noting this is our last speaker, with 2.5 minutes to go. John, you may continue.
Thank you. The peninsula was occupied in 1830. It was sold by Taranaki Whanui or its then representative Tōtōpū in 1839. That was a sale under Article 2 of the Treaty of Waitangi. It was held before a land commissioner with the surname of Spain, and he validated the sale after satisfying himself, and the record exists, that Tōtōpū, the leader, was understood what was happening and had the consent of the then tribe. The Wellington City ratepayer cannot justify nor afford an annual payment of $750,000 to an unknown entity over the 5 years envisaged for the preparation of a management plan. An Official Information Act request to the Council to provide details of how this proposal has been introduced refuses to release letters between WCC CEO Kōrau and the Chief Executive Taranaki Whanui. Co-governance of a significant national and local reserve is entirely inappropriate and must be resisted or adequately consulted upon. Option 2 needs a simple amendment. The Council will not enter into any co-governance agreement for the management of the Matai Moana Reserve. I spoke to this committee on the 18th of March, which included both puiwi, in an attempt to delete the proposal from the formal consultation as follows. The resolution is both premature and probably illegal. It is being included without input or knowledge of the local community or the government which through the Crown owns the land. It has been slipped into the annual plan process in a devious manner. It is disrespectful to the Crown.
Point of order. Councillor, can I just say that I find that offensive? Thank you.
Again, Mr. Swan, can you please stick in the last 30 seconds to your submission?
It is disrespectful to the Crown. It is disrespectful to local iwi and disrespectful to the community contained in the Eastern Ward. This remains the view of Better Wellington. The resolution should not be put. If it is put, councillors should choose option 2 with an amendment as suggested, pending the election of a new council by its citizens. Thank you for your attention. Are there any questions?
Time is up, John, so we will not have any questions. And with that, we will finish our meeting and we will adjourn till 1 o'clock tomorrow and we will have a vote. So I have a mover and seconder. I did the Tim. Okay, Councillor Chung, Councillor Chung and Councillor Free, can you please vote? And Pauiwi Haihaya.
else on this than
You have to vote. It's carried. We're done. Thank you.